So with no further ado, the NHM Director has recorded a short introduction to the meeting.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Avian Odyssey. It's an absolute pleasure to see so many of you here today, united by our shared passions for birds and their conservation. First, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished speakers. Your commitment and pioneering work in global ornithology and conservation are truly inspiring, and we're deeply grateful for your presence here today. Now, the British Ornithologists Club was founded in October 1892 by members of the British Ornithologists Union, with Dr. Richard Bowdler-Sharp, then curator of what was at the time the British Museum, amongst its founding members. For the past 132 years, the museum's ornithology curators have played a pivotal role in the club's growth and success, contributing significantly as committee members, meeting organisers, and editors of the internationally renowned journal, the Bulletin of the British Ornithologists Club. For the past 15 years, the BOC has been hosting meetings at the Natural History Museum's Flett Theatre, providing a platform for exciting talks on birds and their conservation. Today, with Avian Odyssey, our 11th event, we continue this proud legacy, inspired in part by the collaboration with the RSPB that brought to life our stunning exhibition you can see around me, Birds, Brilliant and Bizarre. This year, we aspired to create something even more ambitious, a major new platform for ornithologists from diverse global organizations to showcase their groundbreaking work. We're proud to have leading experts from the Natural History Museum, the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, BirdLife International, the African Bird Club, the British Trust for Ornithology, Neotropical Birding and Conservation, the Oriental Bird Club, and the Ornithological Society of the Middle East. Today marks the start of a new Avian Odyssey, and we're absolutely thrilled to embark on the journey with you. Enjoy the day.
Right. Now I can turn to the talks and the speakers after that introduction by the museum director. This morning, there is, as he said, there will be an exceptionally diverse array of talks today, and this morning there will be 4 talks. The initial keynote talk will be of approximately 30 minutes with time subsequently for questions. The following talks will be about 20 minutes each, again with time subsequently for questions. And I do think that the opportunity to talk and question the speaker after each talk is important, so I hope the speakers will try to stick to time. Now, the Natural History Museum Birds, Brilliant and Bizarre exhibition has been put on in affiliation with the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. And the opening keynote talk this morning will be given by Kevin Cox, who has been chair of the council of the RSPB since 2017. And he will be speaking on the subject of safeguarding species and giving nature a home, an RSPB perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here today to talk to you all. The Natural History Museum means a lot to me because I grew up in West London, so I used to come here as a child a lot. I've moved further west, and I'll talk to you a little bit about that since. So to come here is fantastic. I stepped down after 7 years as chair of RSPB in 3 weeks' time. So this is, to use an ornithological phrase, this is somewhat of a swan song for me. So I'm very happy to be here today. So I'm going to give you a quick whistle-stop tour of some of the projects that we've been involved with. I've called this, as well as safeguarding species and giving nature a home, Birds Back from the Brink. So very much around the work that RSPB has done over the last 135 years to save birds from extinction. And I'm starting with this bird here, the great crested grebe, which was one of the foundation birds, one of the reasons why the RSPB was set up 135 years ago. birds like this were brought to the brink of extinction for their feathers for the millinery trade, and a group of women came together, exercised about this, wanting to save these species for the future. And that's why we still have great crested grebes around and in good numbers on our lakes at the moment. So I just want to start by depressing you somewhat. There will be some hope in this talk, but I think, let's take you to the bottom first of all. This is the Biodiversity Intactness Index, which is a way of measuring how much biodiversity we had and where we are now against 240 countries globally. You will see we're not doing terribly well. Move to Scotland, it's a little bit better. But in England, we are the 7th worst country in the world for biodiversity intactness. This isn't a great record. Last year, the most recent State of Nature report came out, and this was led by the RSPB with around 60 partners. With 60 partners looking at a broad sweep of biodiversity in the UK and globally. And you can see that, as it says here, the UK's biodiversity is in trouble, as that Biodiversity Intactness Index showed. 1 in 6 species in this country, or in the 4 countries of the UK, are at risk of extinction. And the drivers of that are clear here. On land, it's agriculture and changes, the agricultural intensification changes to agricultural practice, and climate change, marine overfishing, climate change development. Those are the 4 horsemen of biodiversity apocalypse at the moment. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how the RSPB approaches its work around species recovery. There are 4 stages to the work that we do. First is diagnosis, working out when a species is in real trouble, what the drivers of that decline are, and then looking at solutions to address that. If those solutions work, the species moves into a recovery phase, and finally, the hope is that we can step away from that work and you see a species in long-term legacy recovery. So I'm going to talk now a little bit about some of the ways that we work on that. With the species here, bitten, one of the ways that we have addressed the decline, and it's been a significant decline of bitten numbers in this country. Back in the 90s, there were only 11 breeding pairs of bitten in the UK. Since then, the RSPB has been with partners at the forefront of wetland creation, but it wasn't just around putting in reed beds for bitten. It was also working out the type of reed bed and how bittens fed, how they use those reed beds, the combination of open water, the right depth, the right number of prey species, particularly fish in there, and doing that through a significant amount of wetland creation around the country. So this is Laken Heath. Looking at the moment, it's 500 hectares of wetland habitat. You can see there's open water, there's reed bed. 25 years ago, this was still being ploughed for carrots and for other agricultural purposes. So this is very much a created habitat, specifically created for bitten recovery, but of course a significant number of other species have benefited from that as well. So Laken Heath has also now been expanded. It's had another 50 plus hectares added in the last year with the financial help from Morgan Sindall, a corporate. So we're very much working alongside others around biodiversity recovery. And you can see from this graph what's happened to bitten from those 11 breeding pairs. We are now looking at up to 250 breeding pairs of bitten in this country, and significantly more out there as well. So I think that's, again, looking at land, taking land and creating the right habitat based on the science that we've done as an evidence-based organisation. It's very much driven, first of all, by that diagnosis and the science that underpins it. So the next area I want to talk to you about is reintroduction. Now, there's a lot of talk about reintroduction at the moment, the importance of reintroduction. We've seen white-tailed eagles, red kites have come back across the country through reintroduction programs. Storks at Neh is getting a lot of publicity at the moment. This is a bird that had been extinct in the UK for the last 400 or 500 years. I think the last pair of breeding cranes in the UK was around the 1560s. So I think Henry VIII ate a lot of them. So we have him to thank for a lot of things, including the demise of the crane. You can see here, so the crane project, although cranes had come back of their own volition to East Anglia, it was a very slow process that they were recovering. So there was a lot of work, and a lot of work went into thinking about reintroduction and doing this in the west of the country around Somerset, where the Somerset levels, again, a lot of work had gone into the recovery of habitat there, making it suitable for the reintroduction of cranes. So eggs were brought in from Poland and East Germany, brought over here. Those were incubated. The young were then hatched in cages on West Sedgemoor and RSPB Reserve in Somerset Moors. But one of the most important things was to prevent the cranes from being imprinted on those that were feeding them. The cranes are immediately, like a lot of waders, not reliant on, independent of the adults. So although they will fly with them and be taught with them, we had to have human cranes that did the work of the adult cranes. So these aren't something out of Doctor Who. These are RSPB staff dressed as cranes. Why would you not think that was the case? Rather than dustbins or something else. You can see the cages at the back and the young cranes following through. So a lot of work went into working out how to raise the cranes and then how to ensure that they became independent. So the cranes grew, and now if you go to the Somerset levels, you will be able to see flocks of cranes for the first time in this country for 400 or 500 years. I was on West Sedgemoor a few weeks ago, and a flock of 30 cranes flew over. There are now over 250 cranes in the UK, and a lot of that is driven by the work that was done on the reintroduction of the birds. So I think this is, again, an amazing success story. And the hope is, of course, cranes are now flying from Somerset and breeding in a lot of other places, including Otmoor, the Gwent Levels, Leighton Moss, and further north. I want to talk to you again a little bit about some of the drivers of decline. Farmland birds are some of the species that have suffered the most significant declines over the last 50 years. So, you know, what were once common birds, skylark, yellowhammer, reed bunting, linnet, have all seen significant declines over that period. So, you know, again, RSPB has recognised that it can't turn around the fortunes of farmland birds on its own. Has to be done in partnership with farmers. 70% of this country is farmed. We need to see policy change to support farmers to do more nature-friendly farming and better management of the land for nature, but also around demonstrating what good looks like. And that's one of the reasons why in 2000, the RSPB bought this piece of land, Hope Farm in Cambridgeshire. It's around 180 hectares, so it's not a huge farm, but if you look at it from this photograph, it doesn't look significantly different to any other bit of farmland around there. It's still arable, we're still growing a lot of crops, including oilseed rape. It is not an organic farm, so we are still using some fertilizer, some pesticide, but we have seen significant decreases in that. And the reason it's not organic is, again, because it's imperative that we show that actually most farms, which aren't organic, can still farm and see increases in nature recovery. And that includes some of the things like this, which are agroforestry. So these are fruit trees being planted in rows wide enough so that you can still harvest the arable crop in between the rows. But what you see here as well, within the agroforestry strips, are wildflowers being grown alongside for pollinators primarily, and those pollinators we have shown significantly reduce the need for pesticide. So as part of that prescription and part of the work that we've done at Hope Farm, it's looking at the 6 key actions that we are asking farmers to take to increase biodiversity on farmland. So making sure that existing habitats are protected, looking at field boundaries, particularly hedgerows, but the wider margins of hedgerows, putting seed in there for winter. Because birds, as we know, they don't need much. They need somewhere to nest, they need food for the summer, and those that remain or come here for the winter need food over the winter months. That includes flowers for pollinators, those wet features, and farmed areas where there is a reduction in all of the pesticide, fungicide, and fertilizer use. And what we've seen at Hope Farm is a 1,300% increase in bird numbers over the last 24 years. And butterfly numbers and bee numbers, all of which are being monitored, have made significant increases. So it is possible to farm and see nature recovery at the same time. And if we don't farm in that way, we won't see that. So I think this for us, again, is a wonderful demonstration that it can work. I want to talk a little bit about research, and this is a new piece of research that the RSPB has been working on a bird that, again, has seen significant declines. This is the whin-chat. It's a bird that if you go to Europe, you will see in farmed areas. Pretty much now in the UK, the only place to see whin-chats are on our moorlands and some of our upland areas. I'm going to just show you a little video. So it's a wonderful little bird. I have a bit of a soft spot for whin-chats. They're wonderful sub-Saharan migrants, so they don't spend the winter here. They come back, that call, like most chats, the little stony call that they have, that peachy apricot breast, that diagnostic white eye stripe. But we are seeing a halving of numbers of whin-chat over the last 30 years. So the work that was done, and was done fairly recently, was done on Dartmoor. This was produced based on that research, looking at habitat needs of work, and this was done particularly for the commoners on Dartmoor to see whether we could get habitat change to support whin-chat on Dartmoor and beyond in our uplands. So part of this was obviously looking at the declines of whin-chat. There was a big survey in 1979 covering the whole of Dartmoor that took in whin-chat numbers, which is how we know those declines have happened, but then looking at the habitat prescriptions for whin-chat. And what we found was the areas where they were still breeding on Dartmoor and remained were steep-sided valleys, areas of bracken, that bracken covering bilberry, obviously a food source, and some heather, so you've got dwarf shrub, but also scattered trees, and those scattered trees were being used as songposts. And what came from that research was this area here, small area, but the commoners have now planted over 100 trees in around this wet valley mire. And I should say this was a dry valley mire until 4 years ago, because commoners also have worked to re-wet this, putting in leaky dams. So you've now got an area where there's going to be more invertebrate food, where the scattered trees will hopefully create songposts, where along the hillsides there's bracken and there is some bilberry recovery as well. So there's hope for the windchat. Whether we can bring it back into our farmed areas, one of the things that we need to look at are the sort of changes that I talked about at Hope Farm. But at least we can hang on to windchat and work to ensure now, based on that science, that we can see the recovery. So I just want to quickly touch on another area of work for the RSPB. Some of the things I've talked about so far, in a sense, are the problems with omission. This is about commission. This is raptor persecution. It is still going on. It's particularly targeted at this bird, the hen harrier, and in our upland areas that are managed for grouse shooting. Birds like this, fantastic birds, trapped, poisoned, shot, and you can see one of the areas, one of the problems we have is that this continues, and it continues at pace. So in 2022, we had 61 confirmed incidents of raptor persecution in the UK. These are areas that are remote, it's very hard to get to, we haven't got enough people watching them or being there. This is the tip of the iceberg. The reason that hen harriers are still on the brink is because they are being persecuted, and all the evidence points to that. RSPB has an investigations team out all the time monitoring this, but we can only do so much. So we need, again, changes on policy to see raptor persecution being treated as it should be, as something from the past that needs to be eradicated. One of the good pieces of news is a policy change in Scotland, where now there is a new act, the Moorland Management, Wildlife Management and Muirburn Act that's been introduced, that puts the liability onto the grouse moor owners to manage their land better to prevent this happening. Just a quick run through the new birds of, or an update to the birds of conservation concern has come out, and these 5 species have now been added to the list as red listed species. So you're looking at some of the significant declines for Arctic tern, common gull, great black-backed gull, bonksy, the great skewer, and Leach's storm petrel. And one of the drivers has been, over the last few years, has been highly pathogenic avian influenza, bird flu. And you can see what's happened here. I won't go through the whole list, but even some of those species like gannet, which were seeing increases pre-bird flu, have now seen significant declines. That is one of the drivers for the declines of those 5 species. But we are seeing seabirds in real trouble in this country. So 50% of seabird species in England have seen declines, and in Scotland it's even worse, 70% in decline. So there is a real issue with this. I'll just look at the impact of bird flu on gannets, and as we saw, a 25% decline. If you look at Shetland, for example, here on the map, some of those declines are catastrophic. So the red dots show that a loss of between 50 and 100% of gannets around Shetland. So RSPB has been doing a significant amount of work monitoring those gannet colonies, working scientists out there measuring the health of the bird, looking at the numbers, using technology like drones to monitor those numbers of birds out there on the colonies. The one bright bit of hope is that what our scientists have discovered by monitoring the birds is that some have survived bird flu, and one of the ways that they now can tell is that they have black irises. So if you look at a gannet and it's got a black iris, you will know that it's a recovering bird. This year, and the good news is that it looks as though bird flu, at least in the UK, is in abeyance. So we haven't seen near as many cases as we have over the last few years. Another seabird in real trouble. We've lost 1 in 4 of our puffins over the last 25 years. The biggest driver here for most puffins has been overfishing, and overfishing of this species, the sand eel. Most of those photos that you will see of puffins, as the previous one had, have shown a beak full of sand eels. And RSPB has been working for the last 30 years on the sand eel fisheries and work to close the sand eel fisheries around our coasts. And the good news is, after that work, for 3 decades, that has now happened. So that in England, the North Sea sand eel fisheries have been closed, and all of the sand eel fisheries in Scotland are now being closed. So there is some positive hope. I look back to the start of the RSPB, back in 1889, and it took 30 years before the feather trade was closed. So all those feathers being imported or birds shot to appear on hats. It took till 1912 for that to happen. This is pretty much the same. This is huge news. Now, there is fight back from the EU, and all I'd ask is that if you get the chance, make sure you tell your politicians that this is one of the most important drivers for species recovery, to make sure that those sand eel fisheries remained closed. It was only 10, 12 years ago that the Danes were still catching sand eels and putting them straight into power stations. Stripping our entire waters of this important species for fertilizer and for animal feed is just not acceptable any longer. So some of the other work around another species which also is reliant on sand eels, kittiwake. We have been fitting kittiwakes with small GPS monitors to look at the sustenance zones for kittiwake, and you can see here from the map, this work went on for 4 years between 2010 and 2014, but it gave us an idea of where the hotspots for kittiwakes were, how much further they were having to fly to bring back food, many of them coming back and then being kleptoparasitized by gulls. So there's a significant decline of kittiwakes because of that. What it showed us, and if you just look at the red dots up here, these are the areas where most of the fishing went on. And if you look back to here, you can see that's a significant area for kittiwakes, one of the key drivers. So sand eel closure will also support kittiwake recovery, we hope, but it also, this research will tell us around some of the impacts of development given the growth of wind farms. I'm moving overseas now. So this is invasive non-native species, which again is one of the most significant problems for many birds. This is Atlantic yellow-nosed albatross. The photo was taken on Gough Island, which is part of the Tristan da Cunha group in the South Atlantic. It's just a beautiful bird. It nests pretty much in all of the islands of Tristan da Cunha. The problem on Gough was mice. These mice were now eating the chicks of the albatross. Productivity was negligible for many species. A long-lived species like albatross could continue to try to breed, and breeds every other year, but productivity was on its knees. RSPB went to Gough to eradicate the mice. It's a massive operation, cost around 10 to 11 million pounds. Sadly, it didn't work. The mice, some mice, a few mice remained. The recovery of mice, as you can imagine, is extremely fast, but what it's done, at least, is given a window for species like yellow-nosed albatross, Tristan albatross, to recover, and we hope that in a few years we will look at the reasons for that lack of success, and then go back, we hope, to finish the job. So there is a commitment from the RSPB that this is absolutely important. And one of the reasons why RSPB is working in these areas, of course, is This is a UK overseas territory, and a lot of our important biodiversity is on islands in UK overseas territories. It's not the only driver of albatross decline. The longline fisheries around the Atlantic and the Pacific are also doing exactly the same. Pelagic birds obviously travelling long distances and then being caught on hooks on these longline fisheries. And we are seeing, again, significant declines because of that. Working with BirdLife, we've been looking at ways to mitigate that problem. And that includes putting longer streamers onto the lines. You may have come across something called a hook pod. We're trialling those as well. It means that the hooks go down and they are deeper than the albatrosses can reach before it opens up. The streamers also keep them away, but it also creates employment for people, both making those streamers, but also the Albatross Task Force is now on many of those trawlers going out, working with the fishermen, making sure that they are reducing the bycatch of albatross. The fishermen don't want the albatross because every albatross on the hook is one less fish, so it's important for both. I'm going to quickly look at our community engagement, and again, this is work which I know Hazel's going to talk about in more details. This is white-necked Picathartes. You won't see that here. It's in the Gola rainforest in Sierra Leone. So Hazel will talk much more about this, but I just wanted to touch on the work in partnership that RSPB has been doing with our BirdLife partner in Sierra Leone around this really important rainforest in West Africa, in Sierra Leone, important for species like white-necked Picathartes, for pygmy hippo, for chimpanzee, but also important for many of our migrant birds. We've discovered, mostly through geolocator GPS tracking, that birds like swift will fly around this rainforest, particularly on its route back to the UK to come back in May, and birds like spotted flycatcher and pied flycatcher will also spend a significant amount of time in the winter in these areas. So they're absolutely critical, and this is one of the largest remaining areas of rainforest in West Africa. But it isn't about just working on the species there, it's working with communities. Unless we find a way of getting community engagement to prevent deforestation, creating economic benefits for people who live there, and this is around particularly growing cacao for chocolate. So you can see the way that this is also bringing economic development to these areas. And that has led to schools, to hospitals for communities there as well. So the money coming in to the communities to support both the recovery and the protection of the rainforest in these areas. So yeah, RSPB is working globally. We work in Indonesia, in Harapan, but these always in partnership, and particularly with our BirdLife partners and with communities. And just talking about communities, you know, I'd just like to finish with one of the great projects that the RSPB set up. It's the biggest citizen science project in the world. This is the Big Garden Birdwatch, which happens every January. This year, 600,000 people took part, and it gives us a significant amount of information over the decades about what's happening, particularly to garden birds. So we've seen, it was the first time that we saw, for example, the decline of house sparrows, the decline of song thrushes, and the reasons that we've been working on for that. So getting people engaged, of course, the other reason for doing it is that many people will have started taking an interest in birds by spending an hour watching them in the garden, recording them, you know, getting kids involved, getting all of us involved in just spending that 1 hour looking at birds. So that's from me, on time, just about. A quick whiz through. I could have given you so many other stories. The work we're doing with vultures, for example, triage work in the Indian subcontinent. Could have talked about the work that I saw in Abernethy earlier this year, where capercaillie numbers are once again on the increase because we've brought grazing back into the Scots pine forest in Abernethy. There are so many areas where that species recovery curve, looking at the diagnosis, testing solutions, then rolling them out, and then hoping that we get long-term recovery, absolutely critical. It runs throughout all the work that the RSPB does. And thank you all very much for your support.
Questions, please.
Oh, sorry, could you?
A microphone so people can hear.
Hi. With your Hope Farm work, what's the profit margins like compared to a normal farm? Because obviously that's going to be a big driver for any farmer to convert over to a more conservation-based farming.
It is. You're absolutely right. I can't tell you that at the moment, but it is. I mean, it's not going to be in the top quartile of profitability, but it is, of course, supplemented because of the way that we're managing Hope Farm. A lot of now we're seeing in England through the Environmental Land Management Scheme, it's being supplemented by public money coming in to support the environmental work. So actually this balances out, while in terms of the purely the productivity of the farm, it will be lower than those intensive farms, but those intensive farms are not going to be eligible for the sort of subsidy payments that are directed to environmental outcomes. I can find out for you what it is, but it is I can say this, it is a profitable farm, and we get a lot of farmers coming to look at Hope Farm, partly because actually most farmers do not want to see biodiversity decline. They want to do the opposite, but they need to make sure that they're still running a profitable farm. We can demonstrate that.
Oh, thank you. This is a congratulatory statement and all that amazing stuff. It seems to me the RSPB are spending shed loads of our membership money that the government should be providing, and particularly in the overseas territories. I mean, RSPB doing work that the government should be doing, or at least paying somebody to do it who can do it, like yourselves. But particularly in the overseas territories, the JNCC have done precious little in terms of conservation intervention over many years, and it's maddening. But of course, you're in there with the spade and getting on with it.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I should say we did have money for GOF from government to support that, but there was a significant shortfall that came out, as you said, from membership donations, from our core funding, that would have gone on to other things. Of course, all of this, we shouldn't necessarily be buying a farm to demonstrate what good farming looks like. You know, overseas territories, I'm afraid, government has a rather out of sight, out of mind approach to them, and yet they are absolutely the most important hotspots for biodiversity that the UK has responsibility for. So absolutely agree.
You mentioned the Harapan rainforest project in Sumatra. I was wondering how that was going.
It's a challenge. There's a lot of incursion still. We are losing some of the forest. There's a coal road, which we fought, the Indonesian government, cut through the southern part of the Harapan rainforest. It will remain a challenge. It costs money. We're looking for ways to support it because with GOLA, we're working with the communities. That's working. We're working with the tribal chiefs and all the communities there. Most of the communities in Harapan are coming in, supported by the government, told by the government to come because there will be free land. And when they get there, of course, it's rainforest, so there's a lot of deforestation. We're not getting necessarily the support we need for that project. It's still costing us, again, from core funding, a lot of money. It's not an overseas territory. So it's difficult. The only thing I would say is that had RSPB not intervened with partners, with a BirdLife partner there, Harapan would not exist. It would have gone. So you'd have seen and 100,000 hectares of rainforest, all now being palm oil plantations. So should we give up? No. Should we keep fighting? Yes. But it is a challenge.
One more question?
Apologies, more of a comment than a question. Just to say that huge congrats to whoever it is in your strategy team that works with your social media departments for all of the content that's been going on Instagram and TikTok and things. It's amazing to see the engagement from people a lot younger than a majority of the people in the room today. People getting so enthusiastic about, not in a crude way, I mean from excitable teenagers. It's amazing to see that the enthusiasm that's shown here today will hopefully continue generationally. So just congrats to your social media team, really.
Thank you very much. I'll pass that on. I have to say, the TikTok, I mean, not being a great user of TikTok, I was astonished by the response to it and how brilliant. And we're now producing T-shirts and everything else based on this. Yeah, we know we need to engage younger people. And that means employing younger people who do know this and doing it. So I will pass that on. That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to talk to you about why museums matter in the work that Kevin really nicely described that the RSPB has done. And for a number of you in the room, you'll understand this. I guess a number of you won't really have thought about this much at all. And you might think that I would say that, wouldn't I? Because I work for the Natural History Museum. And hopefully by the end of the talk, you'll be convinced that museums really do have a role to play in the work that Kevin just described. Here's Mark doing some work in our collections. Mark is here today. He'll be available for selfies for anybody who would like one with him later. This is what bird collections look like. There are a large amount of dead stuff, right? Mostly from going back to the mid-19th century, some older than that, for some subfossil remains older than that. Think of Kevin's graph of a population declining and recovering, and then let's think a little bit about the role museums might play in helping us understand those trajectories of change. So I'm going to try and take you through a little bit of science here about the roles museums play, and then talk a little bit about work we're doing to try and help our collections play a greater role in this space. So, what role can collections play in environmental change research? A few examples. This is a really well-known example of eggshell thinning birds of prey, right? So there'll be a whole bunch of people, roughly of my generation in the audience, who go, oh God, not this example again. For the younger people in the audience, if you go back to the early part of last century, in the middle of last century, people started to notice that a number of birds of prey were having really poor breeding success because their eggs were cracking. So the eggs weren't surviving incubation and chicks weren't surviving to be produced. All turned out that this was due to organochloride pesticides that were used in agriculture to control pests, causing birds of prey's eggs to be thinner and therefore more likely to break. And part of the evidence base that helped scientists understand that is illustrated by the graph at the bottom, which I think is data from sparrowhawks, which sparrowhawk eggs, for those at the back, if your eyesight's as bad as mine, that goes back to about 1870 up to about 2000. You can see in the middle of that time series, eggshells start to thin, then you can see them recover. And it's precisely that historical context that's really important in the role museums can play, the work that Kevin talked about. You will also see another feature of the data that's required to that, which is multiple observations from the same species in the same times and places in order to allow you to construct a data set like that. And as we all know, that's a challenge and an issue that I'll come back to. These are some larks from North America, a really nice paper published a few years ago. On the left-hand side, you can see larks that were collected around the start of the First World War. On the right-hand side, larks collected a little bit later in the 1920s. This was a study showing that black carbon in the environment, so from industrial processes, can be recorded in the wildlife that occurred around those times. And those data are buried in collections. And I love this slide because there are lots of pollutants and other chemicals that would be in feathers that you can't see, but it's very clear that there is a difference between those birds from those periods that reflects the fact that air pollution was cleaned up in the environment for all the health reasons and other reasons we know about. Another example from recent work, this is a paper published a couple of years or so ago now, which shows on the right-hand side, the laying date on the y-axis, the axes going up the sides here, time along the bottom, showing the laying date of a number of North American birds. Typically, and we'll come back to this in a bit, that organisations like the British Trust for Ornithology have been collecting nest records that go back mostly to the 60s, some before that. There are older research projects like the Whiteham project at Whiteham, the Whiteham Great Tit project, which has been collecting data on breeding birds since 1940s, all of which show us that bird laying dates are changing in relation to climate. This is one of the first pieces of work that tried to take those baselines far back into the future, into the past. And buried in collections are a wealth of data, like this paper shows, that give us a much deeper time historical perspective on changes that at the moment we only have a few decades in order to understand. Lastly, I think these are crested ibis from Japan. I'm sure you'll tell me if I'm wrong. Just to show you that one of the other really important reasons that roles museums are playing in conservation biology, particularly for endangered species that have very small ranges that have experienced past population bottlenecks, like these ibis, is helping us understand how their genomes are changing through time. And this is, on the right-hand side of this slide, tells you a little bit about the data that those kinds of studies that collections allow us to do, combined with contemporary data, the kind of insights they provide. And what you've got at the top is, rather unhelpfully, the axis on the bottom of that top panel of plots is years before present. So to the left is more recent, to the right is further back. Each graph shows you an estimate of population size going back 10,000 years in each of these cases, estimated from the genomic data buried in samples from these birds. And you can see in pretty much all those populations, they've experienced declines, but the one in the top left, a particularly dramatic decline. The bottom graph tells you a little bit in summary how those genomes have changed. And so what you can see is all the chromosomes in the genome along the bottom. Up the right-hand side is a measure of how heterogeneous those genomes are. So how much variability is in those genomes. And you can see the blue line from historical groups is much higher than the purple line from contemporary groups, showing that over time, those birds have lost variability from their genome. This matters massively in terms of the chances that they might recover, because, and we're beginning to understand the dynamics of this by combining museum data with contemporary data, because as populations go through those bottlenecks, imagine Kevin's graph that bottoms out before it recovers, lose lots of variability, expose the population to deleterious parts of their genome, which if they're not removed by selection will cause long-term issues with population recovery, even if that population looks right now like it's doing okay. And the only way to get at this is by combining contemporary data with museums. So, hopefully you're kind of thinking, oh, well, that's a bit more interesting than a bunch of mad hoarding people and a lot of dead things. So the question then becomes, why? Well, if these collections really are that important to these kinds of change through time questions, why don't they play a greater role than they do? And the answer to this question is a bit more complicated than this slide implies, but it captures some really quite key elements of that. So if you look on the right-hand side here, the left-hand side is the title of a paper published by a whole bunch of the world's largest museum about a year and a half ago, I think. Right-hand side shows you where all those museums are located, right? That is 70-odd museums holding over 1 billion specimens. I put the bird richness map on the left just to make a really kind of blunt point, right? Which is all of the collections, the majority of them, are in parts of the world that don't hold most of bird biodiversity. So they're spatially remote from the places and the people where the real global conservation issues sit. That is a massive problem that we need to overcome. That even if you're lucky enough to be in North America and Europe, you still often have to physically visit a museum in order to get access to the data that sits with the collections that it holds. And as all of us who've done that will know, that's as much art as it is science, knowing the right people, knowing the right questions to ask. And you're also limited by the resources you have available to you to scour the collections for the information that you want. Far better, wouldn't it, if we were able to provide you with a much better helping hand for that than you currently have. We call that digitising our collections. Imagine that we can create a digital twin for every physical object that we hold that contains at least the obvious data associated with that specimen. So what it is, where and when it was collected, by whom it was collected. So one of the things that we could do to help all of you and everybody else do the kind of science that I just talked about is digitise our collections in a way that at the very least allows you to work out whether or not we've got those kind of specimens in our collections, but might also tell you some really useful information about when and where they were collected. And we started this work to try and, I should say accurately, that the museum has been interested in this for a long time, trying to think about how it accelerates the rate at which it liberates or unlocks the data buried in its specimens. The work that I'm going to talk about, we started a year or so ago in collaboration with Douglas and has expanded to the rest of the team at Tring about our egg collection. We've got about 300,000 clutches of eggs. Each of those has got a record card associated with it that tells you something about what it was, what species it is, obviously, but also when and where it was collected. So that's a breeding record from the past. It's also a record of roughly when that clutch was laid in terms of breeding season. So it provides you with some really rich information about past breeding habits of all these birds. Problem is, of course, that as Douglas will happily explain to you, despite the fact that we can take images, and I'll show you of the record cards associated with these, it would take a person literally years to transcribe the data on them. So one of the challenges we've set ourselves is how can we accelerate that process by using computers to do that transcription for us. I'll tell you a little bit about that work. So, up on the right-hand side is what one of Douglas's egg record cards looks like. They don't all look the same, which is also really bloody annoying, right? It'll be a recurring theme. If only people thought about modern computers when they started this process, it would have been so much bloody easier. But anyway, I'll just talk about the method that we've developed, one of the methods we've developed for doing that. So on the top right is what one of these cards look like. It's a structured record, if you like. Different parts of the card contain different pieces of information. Now, it's really easy now to get a computer to transcribe that and tell you what it is. The really tricky part is for the computer to work out that that bit of information is different from that bit of information, different to that bit of the information, and then put it in a database for you. So we developed an approach here which you can read. I won't walk you through every box because it's all a little bit dull, but basically we get a computer to read in the image of that card, and we tell it two things. It does two things then. One, the first is it works out what categories of data it's got on that card, so what the boxes mean. Then it reads all the text and then associates the text with those boxes, right? All of that takes about a second. Take about a person who had an image like that, maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes to transcribe it. So just bear that in mind. Now this approach is incredibly good. This is some of our early results of how accurate it was, right? It's not very good with the registration numbers because, if you go back to this slide, the registration numbers go up the card rather than along. We haven't taught a computer to cock its head yet, but it's still not bad. You can see that pretty accurate results from that process. To give you a feel for this, a human has an error rate of about 85, will get about 85 to 90% of things right. So the computer's way better than I would be if I did it, for example. We're now doing a whole bunch of work with Douglas and the team to test this out with a much wider range of cards to see how good it is across a range of conditions. But just to tell you the kind of step change in this process, Douglas had something like 50,000 images of bird record cards, which he's been spending 10 years trying to convince people that they should give him some money to help transcribe them. The computer did them in an afternoon. And so that's the changes that we've got now from a system that in the past would have taken person years to do is now doable in a few hours. We've extended this. This isn't work that I'm directly involved with, but the Tring team are, so that a data label, as you can see on the left-hand side, for those of you who've waded around, not literally waded around in skin collections, these are the kind of structured records those have. We've been using large language models, ChatGPT, but specifically to transcribe those for us. And that's the prompt. If you ever use ChatGPT, which is very entertaining, by the way, it is like talking to a real person. It is quite scary. But ChatGPT is very good at transcribing labels. And of course, you have all this wonderful, rich location information. These are labels from the Hume collection, which is a large collection of bird skins from the Indian subcontinent in the past. We've just done a little bit of work with some of the Madagascar data, which looks similar like this, using a computer to get to georeference the points on a map in relation to those locality names, so that you can go from a label that's handwritten, that's got a location name on it, to digitize that really quickly with a computer. You can then use the computer to run that location name through global data sets of names and get you a point on a map. And it's really quick from that point to create an entire historical distribution based on these kinds of data, which then starts to begin to tell you how things have changed through time. Lastly, we're doing a little bit of work with the BTO on their nest record cards, because these are the contemporary equivalents in some ways of the egg record cards that we've got from our clutches in the museum. I've put this up. They suffer from exactly the same problems. For some reason, our community loves to change the structure of these things. So over time, about every decade, there was a new nest record card. I have no fucking idea why, because it drives the transcription process bonkers, right? But you can see that these cards are much more trickier than the simple egg record cards that we had. They have many more categories, they have different categories, they have tick boxes, they have drawn lines, they have all sorts of stuff. But we've started transcribing those using ChatGPT, and it's surprisingly good at it, and will only get better. So one of the things we ultimately want to do is to transcribe all of the 60-odd years worth and a million images of BTO nest records and all of ours, so we have an incredible set of data on changes in the distributions and the timing of breeding for UK avifauna and for avifauna from elsewhere. Hopefully that will be done before I retire, which hopefully, there you've heard it here, that's just a few years probably. Right. So my point is, 2 points so far. I have got no idea what the time is, but I'm sure Robert will scowl at me suitably at some point. So collections have a massive role to play in environmental change research. where you need a perspective on what the world was like before we did all sorts of strange things to it. And I've hopefully convinced you that technology is transforming the rate at which we can now unlock some of those data from those collections and provide it to the research community. But in order to do so, we need to share data more effectively. I'm just going to use this as one example of an attempt to Joe Tobias and his collaborators trying to do that. One of the things that's always really amazed me about museums and working through museums is that how much work we all do when we go into collections that other people must have already done before. But we just don't know about it because they never shared any of their data. We might know that these data were collected way back when, but often it's really difficult to find them. There was a recent rather depressing paper done on mammals which tried to find the museum specimens from a whole bunch of mammal papers which had been published using data from them and could only find 5% of the specimens that were used in all these papers. This is mad because we're making everybody's work harder by making you collect all the same data again from a specimen that may well have been collected by somebody else. So there are initiatives, and I like this because it is one of those that's trying to bring people together to share the data with a global community of people, and we've got to become better at that. We will become better at that as a museum as we create data from our own collections, but as a community, we've also got to be better at that. Last thing I wanted to mention is that avian collecting isn't dead. That was a strange thing to say. You'll be pleased to know that I'm not advocating we go out and shoot things like the Victorians did, but there are, as a museum, we should be supporting collecting by a wider community of people into the future so that in 50 years' time, when we have this kind of meeting, people will look back and go, thank goodness they had the presence of mind to start collecting that 50 years ago, because look what we learned from it by now. And this is what this slide illustrates. Rather sadly, on the right-hand side, it is still possible to make reasonably large collections of whole specimens. These are, the top one is examples of songbirds that have flown into glass-covered buildings in North America, of which there are currently thousands that do that every spring and fall migration, sadly. Bottom right is a seabird wreck, and the other slides show you various ways of sampling a buccal swab from the mouth, feather samples, blood samples, fecal samples, all of which now with new technology, particularly DNA-based methods, can tell you a huge amount about that individual, the population and communities of which it was part. And one of the things we want to do as the museum is have a conversation with you guys and the wider ornithology community about what we should be supporting by way of collecting going forwards. We are already in conversations with the BTO about collecting buccal swabs and feathers through the ringing scheme, which might provide an enormous, well, actually would provide an enormous amount of new data really quickly, but we're really open to other ideas in this direction. Right, I think I'm almost near the end. What a relief, they all say. Okay, so what are we going to do next? So, a few things. We are digitising our collections. We are thinking of novel ways of unlocking the data that's already there and making it as available as possible to a community of researchers who want to do clever things with it. On the left-hand side, I just wanted to mention Disco UK. The government has recently agreed to give natural history collections in the UK £150 million to basically digitise not all of their collections, but a significant number of them. So maybe 60, 70% of them over the next 5 to 10 years. So this will take some time. But we will have basic digital twins for a large fraction of museum collections in a way that we've never had before. And that will be an incredible set of data. In our own small way, we're writing and thinking about how we open all that up ourselves. And as one of the leading bird collections in the world, we feel we can play that kind of leadership role and have that sort of responsibility. And last but by no means least, the BOU in its wonderful wisdom have agreed to give us a one-day conference in November next year, to which you're all invited, on the 18th of November, to talk about two things really. One is, where are the research frontiers in ornithological research in which collections play a role? But I also want to use it as an opportunity to have the ornithology community together to talk about how we should be supporting avian collecting going forwards as a community, which also will then help us as a major collecting institution support the things that you folks want to do. Right. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks indeed, Ken. Time for just a couple of questions. Yes.
Hi. As a bird ringer, I was, I think, very curious about the kind of buccal swabs that you mentioned. Would it be, I don't know if you know this, a particular species that you'd focus on initially, or is it more kind of broad spectrum across anything big that is caught?
So, well, I think it could be either. At this stage, we're just keen because we look out and see 1 million birds handled every year by ringers. There is now an opportunity for ringers to collect samples legally under our current legal arrangements, but there's nowhere to put them. So we've said we're really interested in a conversation about working out how we might make that happen. So we're at the stage where we're thinking about how we would do that as an institution, how we might support that, and then we're working with the BTO to roll that out to 1 or 2 ringing groups, probably ones that catch and handle a large number and range of species in the first instance to see how it works, and then roll that out more broadly. So I would say we can do either or both. I mean, to me, I'm thinking 1 million birds every year, you get half of those birds have samples, even a quarter of them, even a small amount have samples. 5-10 years' time, you've got a phenomenal set of data that tells you about bird communities, individuals and communities in the UK. And you know, we can see that, and it's not a very big, it's a big prize, and it's not very hard to get to it. So we've just got to push on and do it. So anyone who's got suggestions at some point when we start this working, we're really happy to hear. And I suspect ringers will be keen because it's contributing to a bigger thing. The science community would be interested because here's a resource for people to work on that they don't need to do much to acquire. And so I can just see that works really well. And so we need to think about more ways of doing similar stuff where the community's collecting and we become a repository for it.
Thank you.
Oh, Ray, hello.
Me again.
You're right, Ray.
You've been clutching that glass and you haven't drunk much of that water.
I have, don't worry.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, if I'd done those prairie lark skins, I would have washed them and you'd have lost all that data, but that's not my question.
Oh, thank goodness it wasn't you then.
So referring to the genetic heterogeneity that you mentioned,
yeah.
Do you think in future it's possible that museums could provide actual molecular material, or at least the knowledge of it, to help augment endangered populations and possibly, recreate extinct ones?
Oh, well, so there's a lot there, isn't there? So we already do provide samples for genomics-related research. I think where we're getting to now is that there's a question we need to ask ourselves about creating data proactively some way, leave the funding thing aside, and then enabling people to access those data rather than constantly just giving samples out to people where the data just disappears off. And I say that because you can now sequence a whole genome from those historical samples, even given the DNA degradation and stuff, for a few £100, maybe a 4-figure sum. If you've got a reference genome, you can put that back together really accurately. That opens up the whole field for more work. We don't just want individuals doing all that. And we want to do that in a coordinated way so the data's created once and then shared with as many people as possible. So we are doing it, we are supporting that, but I think this is going to accelerate and demand a different approach going forwards. You alluded at the end to de-extinction. It's like, how should I politely put this in my best Brummie? It's a crock of shite, is what it is. And at best, what it will be able to do is to create a chimeric organism from the extinct species' closest relative that has some of the features of that extinct organism, but not all of it. And I think the steps, even to get to there, are enormous and have all sorts of biological and ethical and other issues associated with them. I think this is just so overhyped to be ridiculous. What it might do, you saw those crested ibis. The reproductive biology there is now to the point at which, in theory at least, you can take an embryo and you can splice particular sequences of DNA into its genome. Already do this in humans to treat rare genetic disorders. There's a thing called CRISPR, which is basically a DNA engineering system, molecular system that allows you to go, here's the sequence, pop it in there. And so for humans, you can do that for people who suffer from rare genetic disorders because you can put the right sequence where they've got the wrong sequence. For endangered species, you can essentially edit an embryo so it's more variable than it would have been if you just allowed it to develop naturally. And you can do that by reference to historical genomes that says in the past there were individuals that had these sequences in those genes. And you can do that in principle. You can't do it in practice quite yet, but I would reckon 5 years you'll be able to do that. And some of the Mauritius stuff I'm involved with, we're talking to people about doing that in pink pigeons in the next 5 years or so, because it's the only way to get some of that variability back into these bottleneck populations. And if you don't do that, you've spent an enormous amount of money trying to help something recover which is genetically prone to its own demise. It's just a matter of time.
Before I start, and perhaps a bit unusually, I'm going to ask if you have a phone with a camera function that connects to the internet, if you could have it to hand for a couple of slides that are coming up. It'll be obvious when I get there. So yeah, I've entitled my talk Birds, Science, People, because those are the three things that lie at the heart of the organisation that I now lead, the British Trust for Ornithology. And I want to try and show you how we can bring together data collected by citizen scientists, voluntary observers, many of you in the audience, so huge thank you to you for that from the outset. How we can bring those together with advances in technology and research approaches to help conserve many of our most threatened British birds. And I'm going to do that by focusing on two absolutely fantastic birds, the cuckoo and the curlew. Both of these are critically endangered. They're both red listed. They're both species that the BTO is now doing an awful lot of work on. And I'm going to use these as case studies of the kind of approaches that we're using. So before I launch into my tale of two birds, I just want to give you three introductory slides to the BTO for those of you that may not be as familiar with the organisation as others and perhaps the work that we're doing. So this is our headquarters in Thetford in Norfolk. We're 91 years old, and for those 9 decades, the BTO has remained incredibly true to its vision of the founder, Max Nicholson, of the potential of what he called cooperative birdwatching, what we would call citizen science, to help conservation. And we do that largely through long-term, large-scale monitoring schemes that allow thousands of volunteers to collect data in a very systematic way and contribute to a fantastic picture of charting the change of the fortunes of our breeding and wintering birds. I'm going to draw on 3 of those for curlew and cuckoo, so I'll just say a little bit about those now. The first one is a breeding bird survey. So this is a partnership scheme run with the Joint Nature Conservation Committee and the RSPB. And under this scheme, volunteers visit nearly 4,000 1 kilometre squares in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, at least twice, and they record birds and habitats on each of those squares. And the data for this generates actually a government statistic, the Wild Bird Indicator, the best barometer we have of the state of nature in the UK. It's an amazing scheme. It's often held up as our gold standard. Run for a very long time by Sarah Harris and now by James Hayward, which is why their pictures appear on that slide. So alongside a whole raft of these annual monitoring schemes, which are obviously carried out every year, we also every 20 years do an extraordinary stocktake of birds breeding in Britain and Ireland in the form of an atlas. And under these atlases, 20 years apart, we visit or collect data from every single 10 kilometre square in Britain and Ireland. And what that allows you to do is, of course, to gather information on birds that are very rare and not covered very well from the annual schemes, and to get to places where there's rather few people, and therefore, again, not covered very well under the annual schemes. So atlases and surveys give us great information on the patterns of distributions and numbers of birds, but we also have schemes that allow us to understand the processes that drives changes in those patterns. In particular, whether those changes are driven by changes in survival or in breeding success. And that's through largely ringing and less recording. So these are the schemes I'm going to draw on to really look into the problems facing curlew and cuckoo. So now at this point, I'd like you to get out your phones with the camera function. And if you can focus your camera on the QR code, you might have to zoom in on it, you should get a yellow tab which has bto.org on it. If you get that tab, I'd like you to tap on it. Turn up your volume. Imagine you're in the uplands of the UK. So I'm at the risk of having this curlew interrupt most of my talk, the rest of it, but that, of course, is the fantastic bubble call of a curlew, a really evocative and enigmatic bird, both in sight and sound. A call that is sadly increasingly difficult to hear in many parts of the UK, and this is why. So this is an index of population trend for curlew from 1994 to the present day from the Breeding Bird Survey. Don't worry too much what the axes are, but it's very obvious. This is a relentless decline of this fantastic wader. And it's doing badly pretty much everywhere. So what this map shows you is the change between the two most recent atlases. So it's 20 years apart. The grey areas are where curlew are doing badly. The red and pink areas are where they're doing well. It's pretty much all grey. So curlew are experiencing big declines and big range contractions. They are actually suggested as one of the species of highest conservation concern in Britain. So they are, as you know, as I've said, red listed amongst now 74 other species. They feature in this fantastic book, which documents in words and pictures some of our most vulnerable birds. And I'm just going to share with you a little bit of writing from singer-songwriter David Gray, who's a massive curlew ambassador, because I think he just captures curlew so brilliantly. So he says, if I were to describe the curlew, should I describe the bird I see, the keeper of wild, ruffled silences, this strange, thoughtful creature, probing its own reflection, dressed understatedly in streaked browns and greys? Or should I describe the bird that I hear, the haunting sound that issues forth when that great bill opens, an unforgettable transcendent beam which, as it rises, seems also to send a taproot into the deepest shadows of the land's memory? They are magical birds, they are in trouble. What is causing that decline? So we can ask from our BTO data whether it's because birds are surviving less well or breeding less well. And what our ringing data shows us is it's not to do with survival. Survival of curlew is actually very high, 90% annual survival. This is not why curlews are declining. The reason they're declining is because they're not producing enough of these guys. In fact, curlew need to produce at least twice as many chicks as they currently do in order to just stabilize the population, let alone recover it. So the challenge then is understanding why it is that curlews are no longer breeding as well as they did in the past. And once again, we can take a look at our Breeding Bird Survey data, and we can ask where are birds doing really well and where are they not doing very well, and does that give us clues about the drivers of change? And what that tells us is it's all about habitat loss and degradation and predation. So more specifically, where grassland becomes heavily intensified, curlews do very badly. Where uplands become afforested, and where there are high numbers of generalist predators like foxes and crows. And those things, either on their own or combined, make habitats much less suitable for foraging and for nesting, for the survival of adults and of young. So if that's the problem, how do you tackle it? Well, there are lots of options to try and result or end up in habitats much better for curlew chicks like these. So we can exclude or control predators, and we can manage habitats. But those are going to be long-term recovery, and we don't have that much time. So I'm going to focus instead on one area that we're looking into now, which is called head starting. So head starting is a stopgap. It's keeping the species going while we sort out, if you like, what's happening in the wider world. But it involves taking eggs out of the wild, incubating and hatching them in captivity, and then releasing the chicks back into the wild. And after a very successful trial of head starting for curlew in 2019, there are now 7 head starting projects in the UK, and they're shown in red dots on this slide. The BTO is involved in that one with a white circle around it in Norfolk with a very large number of partners, possibly some slightly curious partners you might immediately think, like the RAF. And I'll explain how they all come into play in this project as I kind of go through the story. So the RAF are involved because in this part of Norfolk, a very good breeding site or breeding habitat for curlew is actually airfields, particularly military airfields. But adult curlew pose a very big risk of airstrike to military aircraft. So traditionally, RAF have been allowed to collect and destroy curlew eggs on these airfields. Now, instead of destroying them, those eggs are collected and taken into captivity, if you like, into incubators in Pensthorpe Waterfowl Park. So they're incubated, the chicks are hatched and kept, as you can see, in very close observation for a few days, and then released into large grassland aviaries also at Pensthorpe. These chicks were about 30 days old, so getting close to being released. And this is where the BTO comes in, particularly 2 fantastic scientists, Catherine Bowden and Sam Franks. And I'm going to pause for a moment there, and with all due respect to all the men in the room, fly the female flag for a moment, which is to say there aren't many female speakers here today, but to the women in the audience, I'd like to say there are many brilliant women doing brilliant work on birds at the BTO and many other organisations. So please rest assured, there's a place for you in this too. I just happen to be the lucky one to talk about it. So Sam Franks and Catherine Bowden's role in this work is to look at the health of these chicks, to monitor them from hatching to release, to tag them with these leg flags so we can see them in the wild when they're released, and also with these unique metal rings. As they get towards 35 to 40 days old, the curlew are moved to a temporary aviary at their release site. There are 2 sites, Wild Ken Hill, which is a restoration, a rewilding project in Norfolk, and Sandringham Estate, which is where Crown Estates comes in. And a subset of those birds, largely the heaviest ones, are equipped with satellite tags. So here is a satellite tag on a curlew here. They are mounted like little backpacks. They carry solar panels to recharge the batteries. They are fitted incredibly carefully on these birds. And those birds then released can tell us in real time where they're moving and allows us to understand habitat use and so on. I'm going to show you the tracks of some of these birds released in Norfolk. And I'll talk through this. So these dots and lines are curlews that have been released either in Wild Ken Hill or in Sandringham. The different colours are different cohorts released at different times in the season as they get to the right age. You can see them exploring between their release site and the coast, gradually getting further and further afield, more and more adventurous. Watch out for when you see a yellow dots appearing here, because at that point there's a purple bird that shoots straight off the screen. So you can see that this allows us a lot of information about where birds are moving, what habitats they're using. In some cases, the birds, it's going to come any minute. There you go. In some cases, they perish, understanding a little bit about why that is. So that purple bird that shot off the screen did something rather surprising. It's this bird, 9L, and it went, as you can see, all the way from Norfolk, along Devon and Cornwall coast, and then to Spain, where, as far as we know, it still is. That bird was a surprise, but this next one, I think, gave the team actually a little bit of a fright, because you can see what this bird did. headed all the way across to Ireland, wandered around at sea for a bit of nail biting that it would make it back, and ended back on the south coast of Ireland. So we're uncovering some really unusual things we didn't know about curlew, challenges in terms of conservation for them. What we do know is that head starting is hugely effective at pumping chicks out, if you like, into these release sites. So in the wild, 4 eggs produce 0.2 chick. These head-started birds, 4 eggs produce 3.2 fledglings. So a huge number of fledglings, but of course, the absolute key is how many of those birds actually, how many of these young recruit back into the population and become breeding adults. So curlew don't breed really until year 2. This is only the 3rd year into the project, so it's quite early days to know if that can be successful from this perspective. But we had 3 birds this year that attempted to breed for the first time in Norfolk, head-started birds. They all failed because of predation, but the team, I think, is optimistic. And in future years, there'll be many more birds attempting to breed, hopefully successfully. So if there's another Avian Odyssey in a few years' time, perhaps myself or someone else from the BTA might come back and tell you about breeding head-started birds in the Norfolk coast. So that's the end of the curlew. So the second bird in my tale of 2 birds is the cuckoo. Everyone loves cuckoos. It would seem really unfair to fill the auditorium with a curlew call and not do the same for cuckoos. So I would like to invite you once again to take out your phones and to home in on that QR code, to click on the yellow BTO button. Hopefully we'll get cuckoos. It's quite a quiet one, so you have to turn your volume up. Brilliant. Thank you so much. It's a call we all love. It's a call that's also becoming quite hard to hear, particularly in parts of southeast England. This is the population trend for cuckoo, the same index from 1994, breeding bird surveys. If you do this, you've contributed to this. You can see, again, a big decline, a little bit of recovery. I'm very happy with that bird call to carry on throughout the talk, by the way. For cuckoo, it's not actually all bad news. They're actually doing much better in the northwest. So this, again, is the same map. It's the change between the 2 atlases. The pink, they're doing well. The grey, they're doing badly. You can see a big north-south divide. So they're doing much better in the northwest than they are in the southeast. And I'll come back to that in just a moment. Cuckoos, of course, are long-distance migrants. They spend most of their life on the move. That makes pinpointing the problem for a cuckoo incredibly difficult in terms of what's causing declines. So there is some suggestion that it's due to, or partly due to, a lack of favoured prey here on the breeding grounds, particularly these hairy caterpillars from moths, like this one's a drinker moth, which do very badly in intensively managed grassland. So it could be linked to problems on their breeding grounds. We have focused instead on the time they spend away from our shores, the majority of the year, in fact, on migration. And this is work led by Chris Hewson at the BTO for over a number of years, and it's using the same technology as we did for curlew, satellite tagging. So here is a male cuckoo with a satellite tag, again mounted like a backpack, carries a solar panel to keep the battery charged. This rather sad-looking cuckoo here is a stuffed cuckoo, you can probably tell that. Because the problem with cuckoos, of course, unlike curlew, is first you have to catch your bird, and that is not easy. So Chris and his team used this stuffed cuckoo mounted on a pole with a tape lure of a male cuckoo call, and you may be able to see there's little mistnet lines in the background. So obviously the call alerts a male cuckoo that there's an unwanted intruder in his patch. He goes to see that intruder off, and we hope ends up in the net instead. Mounted with these tags, then, these cuckoos then head off on these really epic journeys to sub-Saharan West Africa. It really is an extraordinary feat of endurance and navigation. And I think we often forget that without focusing on what it means for an individual bird. So again, I'd just like to share a little bit of writing with you about a bird, a cuckoo we tagged for 6 years making this journey, so backwards and forwards between here and Africa, which was named PJ after the lady that sponsored that cuckoo. And this was written actually in my local newspaper during the time of COVID. So it reads, "Here's one of the world's most frequent flyers who, despite COVID, has carried on clocking up the air miles untroubled by red lists, quarantine, or travel restrictions. 2 weeks ago, he was in the Pyrenees, having left the UK in mid-July. His final destination is the tropical rainforest of Africa, where he will stay until next spring, before his return to the British woodlands, where he was born. In his path lies one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, the Sahara Desert. 1,000 miles of blistering hot sand, which will take him 2 days to cross, and force him to fly 3 miles above the desert in cooler, higher air. Many of his fellow flyers won't make it, but this is just part of the journey he has made twice a year for at least 6 years. So I just think it's amazing that these birds do this, between us and sub-Saharan Africa twice a year. And here are the tracks from some of the early birds that we tagged. The orange and blue are going through the Pyrenees. That's the route that this cuckoo, PJ, took. You can see a hint of 2 different routes to the Congo Basin where they all winter. So many years on and several cuckoos on, we now have a fantastic data set on cuckoo migration. And I'm going to show you a paper published in 2016. So we have more since then. But this is the paper which shows you almost 50 birds migrating south. So the yellow is the western route through Spain. The red is the eastern route through Italy. As you can see, they're all essentially collecting in the Congo Basin. Those 2 routes are really important because the chances of survival are very different on those 2 routes. If you fly west through Spain, a 56% chance of surviving before you cross the Sahara. If you fly east through Italy, a 97% chance of surviving. And I'll come back to why that might be in just a minute. But a very clear difference in survival on these 2 routes. And those differences link back to population trends in the UK, because it turns out that in areas where birds are doing well, they tend to fly on that eastern red route, where they survive well. In areas where they're doing poorly, they tend to take the western yellow route, where they survive much less well. And I'm just going to show you that on this figure, which kind of compiles all those together. So this is the same map from the 2 atlases. Pink in Scotland, where birds are doing well, grey where they're doing not very well. The circles here are the proportion of birds that are being tagged from those sites that take the different routes. So you can see that in Scotland, where they're doing well, almost all the birds are flying east through Italy on the route where survival is high. In the southeast, where they're doing poorly, many more birds flying west through Spain, where survival is low. So first, I just want to say, if it wasn't for our fantastic citizen scientists who collected all this data, we would never have known about the difference, and we would never have targeted this kind of tagging right across the UK. So this is not possible without all of that. Why do we see the difference? There are 2 current reasons that we're looking into. We know a number of birds do perish in Spain, particularly in droughts, so the satellite tags stop transmitting, which isn't always death, but often does mean death. So it could be that Spain is a much tougher place to migrate through, or it could be that they leave southeast England in poor condition because it's not a great habitat, or a combination of the 2. And that's exactly what we're looking into now. And so again, maybe if there's an Avian Odyssey in 5 years' time, we might come back saying we now know what the problem is, and we're starting to already develop and trial solutions to it. So that's where I end the cuckoo story. I'm going to just, before I give the birds the final word, mention one cuckoo that does feature in the exhibition, which many of you might go and see. So if you think that what the UK cuckoos do is extraordinary, this bird, who was named Flappy McFlappy, is a bird that we helped Chinese scientists tag, and he flew all the way from Beijing right across the Asian continent and wintered in Mozambique. A completely extraordinary journey. Do go and check him out in the exhibition if you go there, and be amazed, because obviously these birds are amazing. So I am going to end by giving the final say to these birds. So for one last time, I'd like you to get your phones out, choose which species you would like, and let's remind ourselves what it is we have to hang on to so that the next generation can enjoy the same sights and sounds that we do now. Thank you very much.
Many thanks indeed. Time for a couple of questions.
Over the bird call.
Hi. 2 questions, if I may string them together. Pardon the pun. Bird Track and eBird. I've been seduced by eBird, but it'd be really good to be able to get records into Bird Track without having duplicate issues when it gets down to like a county level. So I mean, there was a post from the Norfolk Recorders saying that they had 1.2 million records to sort through and stuff like that. And then the other question was, what initiatives are the BTO doing trying to improve the diversity in the ornithological world? I mean, it is improving. I see it all the time, but it'd be great to, transform it.
Two very good questions, thank you. Bird Track and eBird, we're on it. So we are currently doing some pilot work to bring the two databases together in some parts of like trial areas of the UK. And I can say with absolute confidence that in the next few months, there will be the possibility for bird clubs to be able to get eBird and bird track data integrated for their bird reports. So it's coming. Number one, we agree we want to get these two databases to talk to each other. So, yeah. Diversity, massively important to us. I think you may know our strategy has two goals: impact for birds, inclusion for people. Doing a lot of work in terms of BTO youth, so a huge push around young people coming in. We're working a lot around Thetford, looking at deprived urban communities, Eastern European migrant communities that are working there, and understanding how to engage with them. So what we've done in the past, which is a key reason why I think we get it wrong, is the BTO goes out to, let's say, an urban community and says, look at all the things we do, like BBS, Garden Birdwatch, webs, which do you want to do? None of them. None of them were ever designed with them in mind. So it's really about creating new ways to engage them in the kind of things that they want us to do with them and to try and bring them into nature that way. We've got work in Northern Ireland, a Ripple project, which again is about working with communities that have felt outside nature for whatever reason, and bringing them into the work, again, that we're doing. But things like beach cleaning and stuff, where we have people going up and talking about birds. So we're trying to start on some local projects to bring people in. But I would really encourage you to look at our website. There's a page on our inclusion work. It's really important to us. We have a long way to go, but we are definitely devoting time and resource and buying in expertise to help us get that better.
Thank you.
One more question? Yeah, over here.
The data for the cuckoos apply, as I understood it, exclusively to males. Any indication that females are doing the same thing or anything different?
Yes, it is males because, well, they're much easier to catch, but also they're often heavier. And as many people know, there's a very, very careful not to tag birds with anything that comes to more than 3% of their body weight. So that's the challenge for females. But I think that we will, tags are getting ever more smaller and better and easier to fit. So that barrier hopefully will soon not be a barrier. Catching females is much harder, but there is definitely the plan there to try and look at female cuckoos, and I can't tell you whether they do anything different. It'll be fascinating, so watch this space.
One final question.
Thank you. Is there a correlation between the drop in farmland species, which the cuckoo relies on, and the decline in the cuckoos? I think the females lay a lot of eggs. They must be having a problem finding some of their host species.
Yeah, and that was another hypothesis put forward. There's no evidence that is in fact the case for cuckoo, so not so far.
I'm here today, my name's Mike Edgecombe, and I'm here representing the Oriental Bird Club. I've been a member of the club for over 35 years, and I'm a past trustee, council member, and past chairman. The Oriental Bird Club, for those that aren't familiar with it, was set up in the 1980s. It's a club for birders and ornithologists with a shared interest in the Oriental birds and their conservation. And through our members and generous support from corporate sponsors, the Oriental Bird Club has delivered over £250,000 since its inception to conservation projects throughout the region. So I'm very proud of what the club has achieved. I've always been interested in birds of the Oriental region, and as part of today's Avian Odyssey, I want to take you beyond Wallace's Line and present some of the amazing birds of this part of Indonesia. And Indonesia as a country, I've been very fortunate to visit on numerous occasions. And I first visited the area known as Wallacea over 30 years ago. And this image here depicts an area of forest at the heart of the Indonesian archipelago, the island of Seram, and part of the Trans-Seram Highway, a road that bisects the whole of the island, which is still beautifully forested, at least in parts. And it's typical habitat of the central part of Wallacea. But let's take a look at the early exploration of this region. And although the Dutch in the early 17th century did some exploration there, it was the period of about 1850 to 1900 that most exploration and collecting went on. And Alfred Russel Wallace, although not primarily an ornithologist, collected birds here between 1854 and 1862. And he notably not only has a biogeographic line named after him, but 18 scientific bird names. And Richard Lydekker was also influential in the science of biogeography. In 1896, he delineated the biogeographical line bordering Indonesia, known as Lydekker's Line, that separates Wallacea in the west from Australia and New Guinea on the east. And it follows roughly the edge of the Sahel Shelf, which is an area of shallow water from New Guinea to Australia, with the Aru Islands on its edge. Moving forward into the 20th century, amongst others, was Gerd Heinrich, who's notable for his work in Sulawesi and the North Moluccas. And he had a major quest for locating the snoring rail of Sulawesi. So he has much in common with today's active world birder. And then we move on to the picture of our modern day stalwarts of birding. And so nothing much has changed, really. But more seriously, exploration is ongoing. And the modern day protagonists of the likes of Frank Wright, Colin Traynor, Nick Brickell, Ben King, James Eaton, and Frank Lambert, amongst others, have added to our knowledge and understanding of the ornithology of Wallacea. But all birders can and do, in fact, contribute to our understanding, and by uploading data to the likes of eBird, which has been previously mentioned. And again, it's an example of true citizen science at work. But here we are today in the beautiful setting of the Natural History Museum, which not only harbours Wallace's statue, but this year is showcasing its finest exhibition on birds, bizarre and beautiful, or brilliant. So let's transport ourselves to the country that those early explorers must have found so extraordinary for its diversity and splendour. So just to put a bit of geography on it, this of course is eastern Indonesia with the long tangly arms of the island of Sulawesi, Borneo to its left, and the island of New Guinea to the right, and the chain of the Lesser Sundas to the south, and the Philippines just off there somewhere. And this is Wallace's Line, for those that didn't know. A line that biogeographically divides the Sundate region to the west, full of its barbets and partridges and babblers and pheasants and woodpeckers, to the avifauna of Wallacea itself to the east of that line, which is so very different. And here, and there are perhaps two regions in the world which have such, oh, gone too far, let me go back. Sorry. We're not syncing here at all. So, excuse me. So this shows the area of what the land masses used to look like. And there's probably no areas in the world that have changed so much geographically. And if we were to look at a map of the land masses of the planet, say 5 million years ago, most land masses would look pretty similar. Not so those eastern Indonesian islands. The Moluccas, northern Moluccas here, would be very close and aligned to the island of New Guinea, and Sulawesi would have only just fused from its aggregate land masses. I'm sorry, is anyone up there? What I'm seeing here is not the same. Is there any IT support up there, please? I'm out of sync with slides on presenter view, and sorry about this. Let me see, working now. So as previously mentioned, his name appears eponymously, and a few of the examples here, Wallace's hawk eagle, Wallace's Scots owl, and Wallace's fruit dove. But it was perhaps this painting, the most famous of Wallace's birds, that 30 years ago inspired me to follow in his footsteps, Wallace's standard wing and bird of paradise. And having seen BBC's epic series, Attenborough in Paradise, in the early 1990s, and seeing Sir David Attenborough actually set foot on the island of Halmahera, I knew one day that I would want to go there. And these are the sort, when I did eventually get there, these were the sounds that greet you in pre-dawn and walking through the forest. And there you have it, Wallace's standard wing bird of paradise. Probably one of Wallace's real signature birds, but by no means the only enigmatic bird of this region. And in a short talk like this, it's not possible to show you all of those birds, but I want to share with you some of the outstanding families and species of birds that I've been lucky enough to see, and sadly some I failed to as well. They all are brilliant, and some certainly are bizarre. And one genus that is notable east of Wallace's line is the Tylenopus fruit doves. And of those, one of the more widespread species is Wallace's very own Wallace's fruit dove. And I'm sure you'll agree, a rather gorgeous looking pigeon or dove. Another species ubiquitous to the region is the black nape fruit dove, and here just a slightly drabber female. And Wallacea being a myriad of islands, and it is this geography that results in the high levels of endemism. And thus species such as this Banggai fruit dove occur only, as you've guessed it, on the Banggai Islands of eastern Sulawesi. And single island species such as these are of course vulnerable. Many of the frugivores have suffered from loss of habitat and hunting pressures, but thankfully some islands, like here pictured is the island of Wetar, still have some extensive forests. And the island of Wetar is only now easier for the keen birder to visit thanks to dive boats and bird tour companies. And I know at least a couple of the audience here today are going to be spending some time on this very boat in a month or so's time. And one of the joys of sort of birding in pristine forest in Indonesia is that sometimes there's no roads to take you to the interior, no paths even. And so to get to the really pristine forest, you have to wade up rivers. And fruits of the labor of walking up those rivers are not a fruit dove, but one of the genus Columba, or Wetar ground dove. And this was once considered a really rare species with very few records from the island of Timor, but now known to be a little more common on the island of Wetumpka. Certainly we found it there when I visited 5 years ago. And another fascinating and distinctive family of birds found throughout this region are the megapodes, a family that are unique in that they do not use their body heat to incubate their eggs. And this is a Tanimbar megapode from a small islet north of Yamdena in the Tanimbars. And in fact, the megapodes have 5 different incubation systems. Many are mound-built, but a few, including this Moluccan megapode and the Malio, are burrow nesters. And communal laying grounds vary in size from 3 to 4 pairs to a large colony on the island of Heraku, south of Ceram, where 4,000 to 5,000 pairs of Moluccan megapode lay throughout the year. And the Moluccan megapode does this all at night, presumably under the cover of darkness to avoid predation. And after laying its egg, the subsidiary burrow is filled in, again at this stage, and the egg is abandoned to its fate. And thus it might be said that the burrow nesting megapodes, apart from the brood parasites, in which all parental care ceases immediately after egg laying. And this is the mother of all megapodes, the beautiful Malio from the island of Sulawesi. Indonesia holds its fair share of kingfishers, to say the least, and it's a family of birds that I think is universally enjoyed. Most kingfishers have dark eyes, not so this Sangihe lilac kingfisher, which has a piercing and menacing red iris. It's endemic to the small island of Sangihe, and it is larger and brighter than its allopatric sister species, the Sulawesi lilac kingfisher. And variable dwarf kingfishers dotted throughout the islands of the archipelago. And this has now been split into a number of species, and this example is the Moluccan dwarf kingfisher, photographed on the island of Ceram. And this is somber kingfisher from the island of Halmahera, endemic to that island. It is sadly now vulnerable, again due to the loss of its forest habitat. And this is blue and white kingfisher, again another North Moluccan endemic. But one of the loveliest of the kingfisher genesis is the Tanziptera, or the paradise kingfishers. And these are usually very sedentary birds, often isolated to islands. This common paradise kingfisher is more widely distributed. But all but one of the species exhibit these rackets at the end of their elongated central tail feathers, which are over 20 centimeters long. And the males are longer than the females, and this is slightly unusual in kingfisher species because normally they don't show any sexual differences in biometrics at all. And I couldn't take you to this part of Asia without mentioning my favorite family of all, the pitters. And when I first visited Halmahera back in the 1990s, if I saw a pitter this well and managed to get a photograph like this, I would have been chuffed to bits. But nowadays, thanks to poachers and hunters turned keepers and feeders, one can enjoy outstanding views of this ivory-breasted pitter, one of the largest pitters species in the world. And this is red-bellied pitter, another ubiquitous species, but now split into at least 13 separate species scattered throughout the region and beyond into New Guinea. And here's some examples: the Talodes, Sangihe, South Moluccan, and Sula pitter, all variations on the theme. And one of the pleasures about traveling around Indonesia is that so many stunning islands to visit. And these are often as varied as the boats that get you there. From boats little sturdier than dugout canoes with ridiculously overpowered outboards, to others that should have been consigned to the breakers' yards many years ago. But in these islands, these are the islands of the monarch flycatchers. And so many of these small islands claim their own species. And this is a Buano, or black chin monarch, from the island of Buano off Ceram. And this is a white-tipped or Tananjumpia monarch from the Tananjumpia Islands just south of Sulawesi. And some really stunning ficedula flycatchers too, like this black-banded flycatcher from Timor, so unlike any of the other of its genus. And this shade-dwelling Daymar flycatcher, it's a beautiful bird found only on the island of Daymar in the middle of the Banda Sea, and lives high up on the higher reaches of the island, so a bit of a hike to get there. But it's got a beautiful soft song and a lovely and quite easy bird to see. And another species seemingly avoiding sunlight and very tricky to photograph is in fact the cerulean flycatcher, another endemic to the island of Sangihe, and sadly one of the most critically endangered birds on this planet. It's restricted to one montane valley left on the island, and it was once thought to be a paradise flycatcher, but now it's a monotypic Eutrichimaios rolei. Glad I've managed to say that. And another family of birds that is sort of common in this region are the whistlers. And the golden whistler complex is probably as complex as one can get within a family of birds. And certainly more genetic work will no doubt reveal the true level of speciation here. But for now, I've labeled this as a Moluccan whistler. And a more readily identifiable version, the Wallachian whistler. And the rather cute, dumpy little Obi whistler, you guessed it, from the island of Obi. But whistlers are, of course, known for their fluty songs, but the star of the show, the number one of the Whistler hit parade, must go to this bird. And this is the bare-throated whistler from the island of Florida. I'm sure you'll agree, an amazing songster. And an interesting side note on this is the myth of the Naga people, who are the indigenous tribe of the island of Flores. And it's a myth that relates to how a mistreated girl was transformed into a bare-throated whistler. And that is carried through today, because they call this the Kete Dlinge, is the name for the bare-throated whistler. And it's suggested that the bird embodies the spirit of this lost girl. And even now, aborted fetuses and infant souls are called bare-throated whistlers, or Kete Dingle. And wherever I've travelled within Indonesia, you find the most delightful of people and a multitude of smiling faces. And of course, in travelling around the region, one is very dependent on local villages and whatever mode of transport they can provide for you to take you to areas where there's still forest. And this assures that you arrive fresh and ready to go into the field. And in some cases, the fresh look doesn't persist. But a hike into the highlands is always on the cards, especially if you want to see some of the real rare, special birds. And at least after the hike, some first-class accommodation awaits you at the top, and you're ready for a good night's sleep, so one is ready to explore the higher altitudes and the avian delights that await you the next morning, such as this Taliabu grasshopper warbler, a species only formally described to science within the last decade and only found on the island, high up on the island of Taliabu. But every island has to get in on its act when it comes to cryptic species, and this is the very similar Buru grasshopper warbler from the island of Buru. But not all these cryptic species are little brown jobs. The geokickler thrushes are generally extremely skulking and difficult to find, but beautiful and stunning birds if you get good views of them. And this is a Buru thrush endemic to the island of Buru. And another fine thrush is the red and black thrush from the Bangai Islands off Sulawesi, and the slaty back thrush of the Tanimbars. But some species remain the holy grail, involve not only long hikes to high altitudes over many days, but require some negotiating of extremely steep and precipitous slopes, with river crossings galore. And for these two intrepid modern-day explorers, the sheer excitement of finding a species seen by only a handful of living people, the little-known Saram thrush. And then there are the real enigmas of these higher altitudes. The moss-loving, tree-climbing madanga. It crawls around trees, dripping in epiphytes like a nuthatch. But recent studies have shown that this is in fact a pipit. Wallachia is certainly full of surprises. And even after a hard day of birding, the nighttime doesn't mean time for sleep, as Wallachia has an abundance of excellent night birds to find. And Wallace, too, managed to get in on the act and have his own scopsowl, and this is one of the more widespread species, Wallace's scopsowl. But it's not the only scopsowl, and this is Moluccan scopsowl, and Wetar has its own version as well, the Wetar scopsowl. The Ninox and Bubox are also well represented throughout the islands, and as you would expect, different islands have different species, and this is the rather cute Togian Bubok from the Togian Islands off Sulawesi. And the larger and slightly more aggressive-looking Seram Bubok. And as I approach the end of my talk, one Austro-Papuan group of nightbirds closely allied to our nightjars certainly fits into the category of bizarre. And this is the lovely rufous morse of the Moluccan owlet nightjar from Halmahera. It's the sole representative of the genus in Wallachia. And although Wallachia has been extensively explored and ornithologically mapped over the centuries, new species are still found. And only this June, this bird was described in the journal Ibis as a new species of the genus Caprimulgus Timor nightjar, a bird I had the privilege of photographing 5 years ago on the island of Wetar. And I'm sure with more exploration, research, and study, there are perhaps more exciting discoveries to be made in this most diverse region of East Asia. I've only been able to touch on and give you a small insight into some of the magical birds of the region. Let us just hope that they remain for the generations to come to enjoy. Thank you for listening.
Many thanks indeed, Mike. Certainly ticks the box of birds brilliant and bizarre. A couple of questions before lunch.
Thank you very much for your talk. My name's Richard. I'm from the African Bird Club. Are you able to give us a very quick two-sentence summary of the kinds of projects that you've delivered in the area?
Oh, goodness me. The person to ask is actually sitting in the audience. It's Paul Insuakoa, who's our conservation head but at the moment, and he could give you a lot more detail. But one of the benefits of the Oriental Bird Club and our grant giving has always been that we can respond very quickly to situations. So it might be that a local researcher suddenly has a project that needs to be done now. And OBC is one of the least bureaucratic organisations I know. We make decisions quickly and we can get money out quickly. And that is probably one of the key benefits of the conservation fund of the club. Does that answer in some way your question? A lot of it's to do, a lot of conservation awareness programs over the year, but individual research projects, species that are in danger that need help immediately. Those are the sort of things we tend to target. So a lot of the work at the moment we're doing is on the mass finfoot, which you may know is a species that is critically endangered. With its surviving populations in Bangladesh, our only hope for its survival long term. So we're needing to plough money into that very, very quickly.
One more question.
Yeah, thank you for that. It was a really interesting talk. As someone who's completely naive to the OBC, I just wanted to get your opinion on sort of how Oriental birds, and I guess travelling to go bird watching in general, fits in and relates to climate change, because someone working in the ecological sector do a lot of travelling around to do these surveys and to do this work and feel like it almost, the emissions that I'm sort of like giving off almost negates some of the work. So it'd just be interesting to hear your opinion on the topic.
You know, it's interesting. It doesn't surprise me that you asked that question, and it was a question that I thought I would get. And I think it's a question that a lot of birders who travel the world seeing birds often ask of themselves, all that flying around, all that traveling. But I've seen firsthand, certainly in Southeast Asia, how engagement by Western birdwatchers with locals in villages has transformed things in places and empowered them and changed their views and their minds on protecting birds. I mentioned in the slideshow about the pittas being fed. And when you look at in places like the Ban Maka Reserve, just outside southwest of Bangkok in Thailand, the local hunters and trappers who used to use water holes to trap birds are now earning far more money by putting photographic blinds up and charging photographers to go and photograph the birds. So that's just one example of the sort of changes that can occur when you go out there and engage with these people. The other thing that Oriental Bird Club has done, which to a certain extent, I'm not saying it negates all our travel and flying, but we've been able to engage with local birders in Indonesia, of which 30 years ago there were none, and we're shipping out a lot of second-hand optics to them, for them to use, and that just escalates from there. So you get people, young people, interested. Now, I'm a firm believer that the future protection of these birds isn't going to come from us Westerners. It's going to come from within the countries. And if you can get the people in the countries interested in protecting their environment, their birds, then it's a win-win situation.
Yes, I'm going to talk to you for the next 20 minutes about the white-necked picatarrhis and why we consider it an African avian oddity. And that's the bird, of course, and it's great to have 20 minutes to talk about my favorite topic without interruption, which is not usually the case. So here we go, just a little bit of context. Top right-hand corner there, you can see the range of picatarrhis. It has 2 species, 1 family. The bird we're talking about today, the white-necked picatarrhis, is in the purple part of the range. The forest birds, it's right at the tip of West Africa, and it covers 5 countries from Guinea to Ghana. And then there's a savanna gap, and then it picks up again. The gray-necked picatarrhis occurs now from Nigeria going into the DRC. But continuing with the context, most of my experience of picatarrhis comes from working with it in Sierra Leone. You can see that in the bottom corner there at those sites marked in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is about the size of Scotland, and we have about 10 of these protected areas where we work together. For quite a bit of time, I worked with Momo Sise. He's the African Bird Club representative in Sierra Leone, and I think he's here somewhere in the crowd there. There's Momo. And yes, we've been members of the African Bird Club for many years. Most of the time, we've worked out of our base in Freetown, Sierra Leone. That's in the center there, has about 1 million people coming from different parts of the country. And of course, it's in the context of Africa, which you don't often see the relative size of Africa. The size doesn't matter, but there you go. That shows you how big Africa is, 5,000 miles from north to south and about the same distance east to west. And this just shows you some of the habitats, amazing array of habitats you get from the Sahara in the north to the Fynbos in the south, which actually has about 6,000 endemic plants. And of course, point out, you do have snow in Africa. That's at the top of Kilimanjaro there. But to draw your attention to the center, that's the West African Peninsula Forest. And literally that's in Freetown, the capital I just showed you. It's actually 15 minutes drive from my house into the forest, and it has picatarrhis as well. So this just shows you how we have to interact, people and the environment. It's not continental competition, but of course with all those fantastic birds we just saw this morning, I have to show you some of Africa's birds. We have more than 2,400 species. So every 1 in 5 birds you see could have been from Africa. 1,400 endemic species and about 28 endemic families, depending on how you count the families. And I call these ones the giants of Africa. The ostrich, the sectibird, call it the humble, as it were, guinea fowl, the toracos with the colors. But I'm showing you all of these because these are all endemic birds you can only see if you come to Sierra Leone or you come to Africa. Another giant, the shoebill, more than 4 feet tall in the wetlands of Uganda. And of course, southern ground hornbill, majestic, 3 to 4 feet tall as well. You don't want to get on the wrong side of this. This one is actually not completely endemic to Africa. It does go into the Middle East as well, but it was a common occurrence on my way to work in Kenya, actually, along the highway. So quite common, and it reminds me of a dinosaur in some ways. And then, of course, this is the conspecific of the white-necked Picathartes. This is the gray-necked, and as Ken points out, the neck is not actually gray. But of course, this is the star of the show, the white-necked Picathartes. But now, who can guess who that young man is in the picture? Yes, David Attenborough, with a picture of Picathartes, actually drawn from skins from a museum. That was not actual Picathartes. And it was before he left for Sierra Leone, actually, to find Picathartes and other stuff. And it was one of his first actual documentaries. So Picathartes can claim actually to have helped the great man in his career. So it might be best actually to let the great man himself.
This is the home of one forest creature that has lived here in the Congo for 44 million years. Picathartes. These birds mate for life, and the male reaffirms the bond by displaying to the female. They're building a mud nest on the underside of the boulder's overhang, where it'll be protected from the rain. The female takes the lead. The male doesn't seem quite so skillful. Oh dear. Luckily, she can put things right. Now she's collecting the soft furnishings. He's brought some too, but he still can't get it right. In the end, the female seems satisfied with the finish, and just in time. It might look as if he has been banished into the rain, but in fact, they're a great team. They share the incubation. 12 hours on, 12 hours off, for the next 3 weeks. In due course, there are mouths to feed. And now the male must prove his worth. Worms are a good start, and he's doing well. But the chicks are insatiable. Fortunately, other things are on the menu. He might be a poor nest builder.
He was going to say, but he was making amends. But yes, anyway, I guess it's all downhill now from here, but we've got to get into some more of this more serious stuff. But excellent cinematography as usual by the BBC, but if you went out to see Piccadilly, this is more like what you would see. Maybe as you're coming in, the birds fly away and you have to wait and wait and wait and wait again. And maybe just as you're about to nod off, there it is. And you see them making the nest with mud, of course, as we've had, and flying in and out of the nesting sites. Okay, they are come closer. So yeah, and then just as you're about to leave, you get a bonus, like this blue-billed malembe coming through. So hopefully, this has persuaded you all to become fans of Piccadilly. But now we'll get into very quickly into some of the more serious stuff, systematics, because this is one of the things that has fascinated us. Where does it come from? What's the evolutionary lineage? It's in a separate family, but hey, there's been a lot of confusion. So it was actually named as a crow. You can see some of the resemblance. Then it was moved onto the starlings, then to the babblers and thrushes. Then when DNA analysis came along, maybe the closest relatives could have been the rock jumpers. But to be honest, even from the DNA analysis I myself did as part of a PhD, we're not quite sure. So we'll leave that for the time being. Few words about behavior, just to mention quickly two that are not usually seen. The birds, they tend to come more and more frequently to the nesting sites as the breeding season approaches. And that's where they sometimes form circles, they chase each other, and very curiously, some of them bow to each other. We're not sure why, because they should have formed their pairs by then. It's a very interesting one. And maybe one of the downsides of studying Piccadilly in the forest is the fact that one of the few places you see them, not at the nesting site, is at ant columns. These army ants or safari ants, aggressive predators, and as prey jump out of their way, birds come around and feed on the insects that move out of the way. That's why you can see them. But if you stumble into one of them, into one of these columns without knowing, best thing is jump into the nearest stream. So some questions we've been looking at is why is Piccadilly rare? Is it man-made or is it natural rarity? All the populations are small. They're fragmented. low population densities. In Sierra Leone, we estimate we have about 1,000 birds. And the table there gives you two, call them censuses, about 10 years apart, one in Gola and, well, both of them in Gola, actually. And the interesting thing is that almost the same number of birds were counted those 15 years apart. And we must give credit for the conservation of Gola forests to a whole host of people, Government of Sierra Leone, Conservation Society of Sierra Leone, the RSPB, of course, as was heard this morning. That's a stronghold for Picathartes in Gola. The bird has stringent nesting requirements. You can see some of those requirements here, and you've seen some of those in the videos. There cannot be enough of these habitats for the birds. This could be one reason why they're rare. Breeding success is not great. 20% chance of eggs actually surviving and fledgling, leaving the nest. Why? These are some of the suspects, whole host of them you can see up there. And this could be the kind of thing that they have to face. The young ones have actually dived down into the nest. So life is not easy anywhere you are. But they could also be part of their own problem. Infanticide occurs not by parents, by non-owners of nests that try to fight parents. I've seen birds actually, when the parents are not there, they take young, they take eggs and destroy them. Sometimes they fight so drastically that the nests are destroyed. So there's an issue there as well. So of course, this kind of behavior is natural in nature. So what can be done? What can we do in terms of conservation for this fascinating bird? A little bit of context as well. Again, here we have quite a number of globally threatened birds in Africa. And 3 of them are critically endangered, but this is across the whole continent. You can see here two species that were quite common when I was growing up, for example, and they've declined markedly. And you can see here some of the reasons. These are not peculiar to Africa alone. Agricultural expansion and how it is planned, logging and how it is carried out. It's not all doom and gloom. Again, I refer to Ken this morning. Not these examples again, but these are iconic examples that it's not all doom and gloom. These are birds which had gone down to just a few individuals left, but they've actually been brought back to the brink. Whole host of organizations again, Nature Seychelles, Mauritian Wildlife Foundation, because that's Mauritius Kestrel there, and BirdLife International, etc., etc. And I must mention citizen science is growing right across the continent, and people are really making efforts to save these birds. But for Picathartes itself, with this range that you've seen before, here, what's happening? White-necked is categorized as vulnerable, but the gray-necked is now categorized as near-threatened. But you can see the parameters in the middle are virtually the same. Now, it could be that the threats are less for the gray-necked, I'm not sure. But one of the foremost researchers on gray-necked thinks it should be brought back to its vulnerable status. So we continue to shine a strong light on gray-necked. White-necked is still vulnerable. In Sierra Leone, what's happening? I think protected areas are key. This is showing in Gola Rainforest again, where there is, which is a stronghold, knowing where the breeding sites are, monitoring them and protecting them, but of course, engaging with the community. The three guys on the top right there are probably my best friends in Sierra Leone right now, outside my family, because these guys, they've been monitoring Pikatati sites in the Kambui Hills for over a decade on a voluntary basis, and keeping an eye on them, engaging the community to help protect them. On the left there, we had just had a community meeting about protecting those sites. And on the bottom there are the tour guides, bird experts, who sometimes take visitors to see the sites. This again is not rocket science, education, policy, and advocacy. We're drawing your attention to bottom right hand here is with the Conservation Society of Sierra Leone, placing quite an emphasis on making bird conservation more relatable to people. And we've actually just produced, with the help of the African Bird Club, Commonwealth of Sierra Leone. It may surprise you actually that Pikathatis is in that book, even though it's not common. Why? Because one of the authors. So that's what we're trying to do, and African Bird Club has helped us to produce this book. What's the future? We don't know. That's Yoda. Yoda lived for, or is supposed to live for centuries in the Star Wars. And this is Hassanatu, our first female ornithologist that is studying at the AP Leventis Ornithological Research Institute. So we're putting a great emphasis on youth, even though we can't predict the future, but I think technology will play a role. We're already thinking about how to do that. So a couple of quotes to end. It's probably, Pikathatis has probably been existing in small populations for a long time. One of the issues might be inbreeding. And our censuses are showing that in some places, like in the Gola Forest, the population is stable. We want this to continue coexisting with people, but the birds will need a lot of help. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hazel. We've got about 5 minutes or so for questions if you have one. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a mic coming.
Thank you. What's the story in Côte d'Ivoire?
To be honest, I'm not quite up to speed with that, but I think our contacts, especially SOS Foray, they are working just the way in which Conservation Society of Sierra Leone is working in Sierra Leone. But I could find out a bit more. We've not had any recent reports of declines, etc., from that part of the range, but I could find out a bit more and could let you know. Yeah.
Questions? Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, Ray.
I'm going to put my hand up because there's nobody else.
All right.
A very general question. I hope you like it, though. To what extent are the Western, as it were, the non-African conservation societies pitching up and wanting to do their stuff in Africa generally, or maybe Sierra Leone in particular? How is that resented? Is it looked forward to? Is it benefited? Could they possibly leave a legacy where, Africa can do it for themselves eventually? Sorry, my ear loops.
Well, that question, you've put it right in my lap, because I used to work for BirdLife International, and the model there is that it's a network of national organizations. And these national organizations are responsible for I'm taking things forward with support, of course, from external organizations. And that is where, of course, organizations like African Bird Club, you've seen the collaboration, etc. Well, the key thing has to be, this has to come from us, right? Help? Yes, but it has to come from us. I hope that helps.
Could you elaborate on that last bit?
Sorry. No. Elaborating on that last bit means that essentially us as the national organizations have to be in the driving seats. Right. Just one quick point to that, because there's often an imbalance. Where there's funding, there's often an imbalance, and we should make all efforts to make sure that does not distort those relationships.
Thank you. So we have a question in the front.
Hello there. You've gone through some taxonomic possibilities, and you sort of held your counsel. What's your latest view?
Oh my God! I knew that one. I knew that.
Sticking your neck out.
Yes, I knew that one would come up. From morphologically, it looks like a crow. Behavior-wise and the genetic analysis, including what I did, it looks like it's sitting closer to the babblers and thrushes. But the most important thing is, in all the DNA sequences everybody has done, they sit by themselves, sometimes with the rock jumpers, or they sit by them. So it's almost certain that they diverged quite early from all the other passeriformes and were sitting by themselves. So I don't know if we want to make an order.
Is there any sort of anything a bit left field? What about a sort of link to the New World Katingas?
Oh, right, okay. I hadn't thought of that one, but that might be to get a PhD to look into the DNA analysis of the Katingas as well. Yeah.
Bear in mind Africa and South America link.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I think we've got Nigel. Was that your hand?
It really is true what Attenborough said about this bird being in the forest for 44 million years. Did you write that bit of the script, Hazel? Well, you said they diverged early. That's very, very early, isn't it?
That's very early. I'm not going to gainsay the great man, but I really don't know, to be honest. I just don't know.
Well, that's television.
Yes.
I think. I think it will be good to move on to the next speaker.
Yes.
Hazel, thank you. That was
Thank you
fascinating. Right, good afternoon, everybody. I do have a tendency to walk around a bit, so I'll do my best to hold on to the lectern. I'm Rob Sheldon. I'm the chairman of OSME, and my talk is to represent the Regional Bird Club. OSME, we cover the Middle East, the Caucasus, and Central Asia, and I'm going to be talking about some work I've been involved in now for 20 years this year, which is research and conservation of the critically endangered sociable lapwing. And I'm going to focus very much on migration, but I will give a short introduction to the species. And although I'm giving this talk, really like to acknowledge this list of fine people here who've been involved in the project pretty much from the start, and without their input, this project would not have been as successful and useful as it has been. The project, as I say, has been going for 20 years. The major funders to start off the work in 2005 were the RSPB. The UK government Darwin Initiative funded us for two periods, two programmes. BirdLife International through their Prevented Extinctions programme, and Swarovski Optic. And OSME have also made quite a substantial contribution in terms of funding small projects across the range of the sociable lapwing. So just a little bit about OSME. We cover the Middle East, the Caucasus, Central Asia. We're like the other regional bird clubs, a small charity based here in the UK, but with as many members as we can get from across our region to build support and capacity from within that region. We publish a journal twice a year, Sandgrouse. We provide conservation and research grants for species like northern bald ibis and a whole range of other species. And probably most importantly, in recent years, we've developed a youth development program to support young upcoming bird watchers across the OSME region. This program is expanding. It's been delivered by a colleague of mine, Thomas Haraldson, and it's something that I'm particularly proud of. We now spend in excess of £15,000 a year on small projects developing young bird watchers in the region. For more information, follow us on our website, osme.org. Any questions, feel free to contact me at that email. So this is the sociable lapwing. The bird there on the left is a male. On the female, on the right is the female. You can see there are quite subtle differences in plumage. These are both taken on the breeding grounds in Kazakhstan, first week of May. So you can see it's a very distinct difference between male and female. This is a sociable lapwing in flight. Certainly on the breeding grounds in Kazakhstan, it's very difficult to confuse it with any other species, even at a distance. Why are we interested in sociable lapwing? Well, back in 2004, the species was uplisted to critically endangered. So one of the most endangered, most threatened bird species on the planet. The species action plan that was written at the time by the AWA, the African Eurasian Waterbird Agreement, suggested that this species had declined from in excess of 5,000 pairs down to fewer than 1,000 pairs. And within the action plan, there was even some suggestion that there might only be a few hundred pairs left in the world. That, as you will see as this talk progresses, was clearly an underestimate. But at the time, this was the best information that we had. And RSPB got involved in 2005. But I should say that in the action plan, it highlighted a whole range of different threats that might have explained the reason why the species was declining. All of those threats were focused on the breeding grounds. The breeding grounds are primarily in Kazakhstan, although there are small numbers in Russia, probably less so now, but at the time when we first started, there were still a few tens of birds probably breeding in Russia. And some of the hypotheses put forward were declines in the wild ungulates, like the Saiga antelope there, top left, dramatic changes in the way domestic livestock were grazed, huge changes in the way that agriculture was run because of the breakup of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, dramatically changed the agricultural landscape across Kazakhstan and many other countries formerly linked to the Soviet Union. And one of the, in my mind, less plausible hypotheses put forward was a change in predation rates from foxes, crows, magpies, rooks, and stray dogs was the other one, feral dogs. And this is where we focused our work when we first started in 2005. This is Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan's a huge country, 9th largest country in the world, about the size of Western Europe. I don't have a map like you had, Hazel, but it's about the size of Western Europe. Sociable lapwings nest in the steppe area, this central belt that goes kind of across like this. So it's quite a large potential range to try and find sociable lapwings, but we focused our efforts in this area here. The capital, Astana, is about here, and our study area is about 150 kilometers southwest of the capital, the Kurgazhin area, wonderful area of steppe interspersed with loads of natural lakes. And this slide captures about 20 years worth of work on the breeding grounds. So we first started off trying to locate as many sociable lapwings. They nest in small colonies, trying to locate as many sociable lapwings as possible. We tried to find as many nests as possible and follow the nests through to hatching. we located over the course of about 7 years of intensive work more than 1,000 individual nests of sociable lapwings. We followed them through until the chicks hatched. We tried to locate as many chicks as possible, and as you can see, we colouring them so we could follow them through to work out what their survival is. We then spent a lot of time looking for birds in post-breeding flocks, to try and improve our estimates of chick survival. And over the course of 7 years, we found out that nest survival was pretty good, not brilliant. It varied from year to year, it fluctuated a lot, but overall nest survival wouldn't explain the cause of the population decline. Chick survival was excellent. It was really, really good. Most years, females were producing 1 to 1.5 chicks per female. And the number of birds we were finding in the flocks prior to migration was really quite high. So in terms of trying to explain the population decline, it was unlikely to be linked to the breeding grounds themselves. And so we kind of realized, even after a couple of years of work before we did all of the analyses, because we were getting very, very few colouring birds come back, that annual survival seemed to be a problem. So in the subsequent year, in 2006, 2007, very, very few of our colouring birds came back, and we started to wonder if the problem was away from the breeding grounds. This was from data of 7 or 8 years worth of information, and that kind of backed up our initial hunch very early on in the study. These figures here, adult survival and first-year survival, are very poor and almost certainly mean that when you couple that with the work that we've done on the breeding grounds, does suggest that the problem is away from the breeding grounds of Kazakhstan. So very early on, we started to try and find out a little bit more about where the birds might be outside of the breeding season. So this is a review of historical records that we did. In our database now, we've got about 3,500 records. This was very early on in the project, and already you can see it identifies where some of the key migration areas might be. So a lot of birds are going down here from the breeding grounds into Sudan, and then other birds going down here into the Indian subcontinent. And we use that to try and guide additional work away from Kazakhstan. And also in 2007, we decided to start a program of satellite tracking. Back then in 2007, the smallest tags that you could get were microwave tags around about 9.5 grams. So that meant we could only put those tags, as Juliette was saying earlier on the largest possible birds. We had to, in the end, catch 30 birds to usually get one of sufficient size that we could put a tag on. So in the very early days, when we had these larger microwave tags, we couldn't tag as many birds as we wanted to. By 2010, the tag size had come down, and we were able to catch quite a few more birds. In total, we caught 29 birds between 2007 and 2015. And we clearly identified, as reflected in that map I just showed you, 2 clear migration routes. This map here gives you the migration routes for autumn, but also depicts sort of the overall migration. This very clear route going down across from Kazakhstan, the breeding grounds here, down into the Caucasus, into southwest Russia, down into the Middle East and into Sudan, where all the birds tend to winter. And then this other route here, this southerly route, this shows you the spring migration. You can see there's a subtle difference, particularly on this western route, where the birds take a much more direct route back to the breeding grounds. From this information, and again from the historical records, we were able to identify some key stopover sites. On the western route, there are quite a few. There's this area called the Maniç wetlands in the southwest. There are 2 areas in Turkey. This is the Muş Plateau, and this area here on the Syrian border. So it's called Ceylan Pinar, and then you've also got the northern part of Syria. There's a stopover site, probably a very loose stopover site in northwest Saudi Arabia, and then most of the birds winter in Sudan. Slight difference on the southern route is that there's only really one major stopover site. We've got this one here, number 6, which isn't really that major a site. Sorry, number 7, which isn't that major a site. Number 6, which I'll come back to, is hugely important. So this is one stopover site on this southern route. The southern route is much shorter, only about 3,000 kilometres compared to 5,500 kilometres for this western route. So this satellite tagging, this early satellite tagging gave us a huge amount of information that we could focus on outside of the breeding grounds of Kazakhstan. And one of the things that we did in 2007, based just before we'd done the satellite tracking, based on the historical records, was we arranged for teams to go out to northern Syria. This is before the current troubles, to go and look for sociable lapwings on migration. At this time, this first exhibition, which was run by Remco Hofland and Guido Kiel from the Netherlands, our birds weren't satellite tagged, so they were going there to this area based on our historical records, our review of historical records. There they managed to find about 2,000 birds. They estimated 2,000 birds, much higher than the estimates in the Sociable Lapwing International Action Plan. So already we're starting to think that the population is much higher. And they also got some of the first instances or first evidence that hunting was a problem of sociable lapwings. And that was reinforced by an RSPB survey in the spring of 2008, the following year. But this kind of low-level hunting, would that cause the population to decline by the magnitude that it has? We weren't really too sure. But at the same time, on social media, some other evidence was starting to emerge that it wasn't just small-scale hunting for the pot in Syria that was a problem. It was the large-scale slaughter of a whole range of birds, including this car bonnet full of sociable lapwings and a few other species in there as well. So this was the first evidence that we got that was large-scale hunting, illegal killing might be the reason behind the population decline of sociable lapwings. And we did get birds tagged in 2007, and one of the real advantages of having tagged birds is when birds reach a certain destination, you can get in contact with partners on the ground. In this case, Doğa Denihi in Turkey. We had a record of a bird in October 2007. We asked people if they could go out there and go and see if the birds they could be located. And amazingly, they located 3,500 sociable lapwings. And one of those birds is a satellite tagged bird. I'm not quite sure which one, but one of them is satellite tagged. So this, again, this kind of reinforces our understanding that the population probably isn't as low as it was first thought to be. Some other interesting information that this satellite tagging revealed. This is a typical migration. This bird here, 21185, or Erjan as the marketing people like to call it. This bird did its typical migration, going across Saudi Arabia and wintering in Sudan. But this bird here, Abai, or 55033, spent 2 winters in this area here in northwest Saudi Arabia. And we didn't really think that Saudi Arabia was a place where birds would winter. But what attracted them to stay there in the winter is these big agricultural pivot fields that many of you might have seen if you've been flying over parts of the Middle East. You see these huge fields that are irrigated. And the birds are homing in on those fields and they're spending the winter there, or some birds are. This is satellite imagery, so this is a 20-kilometer bar here. In 1987, this is an area in northern Saudi called Al Juf. No sign of agriculture at all. 1991, small areas starting to appear. 2000 and 2012. So this is probably about 200 kilometers by about 100 kilometers, which has become totally dominated by this pivot field style agriculture. And sociable lapwings are almost certainly homing in onto these spots, and instead of continuing to migrate, they're staying because this is fantastic feeding and foraging habitat, not just for sociable lapwings, but for a whole range of other species. And this importance of cultivated land is something that's very sort of typical in many other areas where we've done sociable lapwing surveys. And it's something that a postdoctoral student of Johannes Kamp is about to start looking at, the relationship between sociable lapwings and agricultural land. In 2010, we attached a further 8 tags With the tags that we first attached, most of the birds took this western route, and so we knew very little about the southern route. One of the birds did take this southern route. It stopped off at this site here, which I'm going to come back to, on the Turkmen-Uzbek border. Also, it spent a bit of time in Pakistan, and we used it to locate flocks in India. And this was a bird that was tagged in 2015. This is a bird called Mesa. And Mesa, again, visited this spot here, and spent quite a bit of time there, as did this other bird, Tesfaye, before spending time in Afghanistan. This was in 2015. It was tagged in Kazakhstan, and we'd arranged for a group of researchers to go out in late September, October, to this area. It was an area of real interest to us because quite a few birds have been stopping there to go and see what the land was like and to do some surveys. And amazingly, on this border, we had teams, one team in Turkmenistan, one team in Uzbekistan doing coordinated counts, and they found between 6,000 to 8,000 sociable lapwings using this spot during a sort of a 5 to 6 week period, which again kind of blows out of water this idea that there was only a few hundred birds left. And this spot on Talimajan, on the border between Uzbekistan and Uzbekistan, is the most single important stopover site for sociable lapwing on either of the flyways. Pretty much all of the birds probably stop on this at this site for those birds that take the southern route. It really is an important location. And unlike many of the other stopover sites, birds are actually stopping there for about 4 to 6 weeks to refuel. You can see here from this map, this is the latitude by day. This is September and October. The birds, our satellite tag birds, are staying there. They're spending about 6 weeks. They're feeding intensively, and then they carry on their migration down into India and down into Pakistan. And this is the same bird, Mesa, carried on the migration down into Pakistan. Pakistan is probably much more important than we thought as a wintering site. We thought that most birds would go down to India, but actually there's quite a good population wintering in Pakistan, and that was only revealed by our work using satellite tags. So we think that the population spends quite a bit of time in Pakistan. So our work on migration has really confirmed that there are two key routes for sociable lapwings, this westerly route and a southerly route. We've started to identify all of the key stopover sites. We know that on the western route, hunting is likely to be the major cause of the population decline. We've got no evidence of hunting on the southern route. And we know that the proportion of sociable lapwing using the western route has probably declined over time, probably linked to the fact that there's hunting on that route. We know that cultivated land is important for the species, and we need to do more work to understand more about that. And the global population is certainly higher than previously thought. And just one very quick slide. We did a whole load of new satellite tagging in 2022 using the new sort of GSM GPS tags. And this kind of backs up our thought that the proportion of birds used in the western route has declined. So only 3 birds took this route. Most of the birds took this southern route. You can see that the birds on the southern route, they all stop off at this major stopover on the Uzbek-Turkmen border. And interestingly, for the first time, quite a few birds seem to have changed migration and are going into Iran. And we've got more records from Iran in recent years thanks to these birds being tagged. So there seems to be something going on in terms of the change of migration routes that we're not really clear what is happening at the moment. We've managed to tag just 4 birds this year, but we have more tags hopefully to deploy in the next couple of years. And I'll leave you with W06 from Iran, and I'll leave it there. Thank you. questions? Yes, young lady. Yeah. Sorry,
Thank you. So you mentioned the importance of Sudan as a wintering site, and I was just wondering if, so I've been reading how the conflict and war in Sudan had affected migratory birds, and like they were getting confused because of like pollution and things like that. And I was wondering if that had had an effect on sociable lapwings, or perhaps if your research wasn't that recent because that only broke out in 2023, if other conflicts in the Middle East have had an effect on their migratory patterns.
Very interesting question. Sociable lapwings seem to have they seem to cover pretty much every major conflict zone within the OSMI region. They like Afghanistan. They really like Afghanistan. Afghanistan's great. They like Iraq. They like Syria. Now Sudan. So it is a pretty difficult species to do work on, particularly at the moment. We've done some work in Sudan before the conflict started. Where the birds are in Sudan is probably not an area where they're going to get huge amounts of disturbance from sort of civil unrest and the civil war that's going on. Quite interestingly, in Iraq and Syria, I've had conflicting opinions on whether the civil war that's happening in both of those countries, the unrest that's happening. So some people have kind of got back to me and said, well, actually, fewer people are walking around nowadays with guns because there's a good chance that they'll get shot. But other people have turned back and said, well, actually, hunting is probably more of a problem now because people need protein. So they go out and they do hunting. So I've had conflicting thoughts as to whether conflict is affecting sociable lapwings. And I just don't think we know the answer. I hope that doesn't answer your question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob, and congratulations for some brilliant sleuthing. It's a really, really interesting story. In my work, I do a lot of funding proposals, and obviously it can be easier to report to donors that you've found something out. So when you found out that the breeding success was not a problem, was that disappointing or was that encouraging because at least you'd crossed one thing off the list, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to see sociable lapwings downlisted from critically endangered, even though it probably no longer, I shouldn't say this while Nigel Collar's in the room, probably no longer qualifies for being critically endangered. Although my counter to that would be I don't think we've sufficiently tackled the threats, so especially illegal killing.
Yeah.
Am I answering your question?
You got funding over many years, which is great because you need that continuity of funding to work out the answer and solve the problem, don't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, the first year we got funding from the Darwin Initiative, and that's because we were quite sure that the problems were on the breeding grounds, and they turned out not to be. And after a few years, when that programme of work was coming to an end, and we'd said, well, actually, we think the problems are more to do with the migratory routes, then actually the Darwin Initiative kind of came up with another tranche of funding for us to look at the migratory routes. So yes, I mean, we have found out quite a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It has helped us develop our funding proposals. I think now we're in the situation where to get a big project off the ground is very difficult, but for us to do very small focused projects is actually still relatively straightforward. And we still don't find it, I shouldn't say this, but we still don't find it too difficult to fund some of the work at the moment, but it's much more targeted than it was when we first started back in 2005.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, question at the back. Sorry, Nigel, I will give you right of reply shortly.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, that was very, very interesting. What is it that determines which route the birds take, whether they go down the western route or the sort of southern eastern route? Have you managed to untangle that at all?
No, we haven't, and it's a great question. And actually, we did say Reece Green did some very quick back of the fag packet calculations last year, and we're wondering if, because we've got no idea that wherever we tag the birds, there's no sort of pattern as to which way they go. So in 2010, we spent quite a bit of time, I spent quite a bit of time with colleagues in the east of Kazakhstan, thinking that those would be the birds that would go south, and actually all of those birds went and took that westerly route, and my colleagues who were tagging birds to track them on the westerly route, those are the ones that went south. So we don't really know. There's no geographical pattern to it, but we're wondering if some of the juveniles are being influenced by the wind, the direction of the wind at the time they choose to migrate, and that's something we're going to be following up, hopefully with birds that we tag next year. But no, we haven't untangled it yet.
Just as a quick aside to that comment is that a lot of those migratory directions in species where this is well characterised are hardwired. So it would be really interesting to look at their genomes to see whether there's anything different about the birds that have different routes. Because you could well have really rapid selection for easterly migratory directions due to hunting in the west.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. Nigel, you had your hand up.
Thank you very much. I just wanted I don't want to challenge you about the conservation status of the bird at all. But did you try, or did the project try to get some kind of mitigation on the hunting pressure in Syria when you discovered it? Because you say you discovered it in 2008. We had the spring, the Arab Spring in 2011. So you had a 3-year window where something could have been done.
Yeah.
And I ask this question particularly because as someone concerned most with conservation of the great bustard, that area in Turkey, you mentioned Ceylan Pinar, is very important for that. And I've seen appalling photographs of great bustard males draped across the bonnets of cars, which desperately needed some kind of intervention. And I wonder if you had any chance to be able to do anything about it, because it seems to me that that could quite easily be a place where a lot of birds have died.
Yeah, no, we made really good progress in both Iraq and Syria from about 2008 right up to the Arab Spring. So the local BirdLife partners, Nature Iraq and Syrian Society for Conservation of Wildlife, SSCW, they were doing loads of work supported by us in terms of producing literature that they could get out to people, telling them to conserve sociable lapwings, not to shoot. We had an AWA delegation that I was lucky enough to be part of just before the Arab Spring to go out and speak to the Syrian government, and they were at the time well up for changing their hunting legislation to make sure that sociable lapwing was captured on that legislation. So we were making really good progress, but unfortunately all came to a shuddering halt in 2011. And now the conservation organisations on the ground are, it's virtually impossible to do anything constructive on the ground in both Syria and Iraq at the moment. But let's see, things might change.
And good afternoon to everybody. Well, just to start off with, I'm representing Neotropical. I've got to stand next to this, haven't I? Neotropical Birding and Conservation Club. So when we're talking about South America, that's shorthand to some extent for a wider region with Central America and the Caribbean. The other thing to say from a bird club perspective, obviously this is a joint meeting, so it may seem a bit of a power play to come in with saying that we are the bird continent. NBC recognizes that other regions also have birds, and some of them are quite nice birds as well. Some of them brilliant, some of them bizarre. Of course, the bird continent epithet does get pointed towards South America because it has more. I mean, it's the epicenter, the pinnacle of bird diversity. About a third of the world's birds are there. A remarkable density of species, particularly up and down the Andes, where there's an enormous number of endemic species. So I won't be coming at this from a research perspective. This is more of a kind of a detour through some of the highlights with a bit of a personal perspective. South America, although I don't get to go there very much anymore, is where I kind of fell in love with world birding and tropical birding. Places like this, if it's in focus, I'm not sure. It looks in focus on this screen. a stream through Bilsa that I was working in or studying birds in Ecuador. One thing to note is because there are so many birds as well, the NBC thinks it's a little bit unfair that we have to give our talk in the same length of time. So if I do overrun the 20-minute limit for this talk, and it's because we're trying to squeeze it into the amount of time with places with fewer numbers of bird species. Anyway, moving on. When I was a teenager, I read Guy Mountford's Portrait of a Wilderness, was it? I was very enthused to read about Cota Doñana, this wilderness area. When I did finally get to Cota Doñana in the 90s, it was much reduced compared to what it had been. And of course, now we know that it's dried out a lot more through aridification and extracting all the water. So you don't really see scenes like this. That was one of the last big wild areas in Europe. Of course, we're restoring some wetlands and birds are coming back in, but South America is not only the bird continent because of its diversity, but so you go to some places like the Pantanal or the Llanos in Venezuela, and you can still see these amazing congregations of birds where it seems like the birds are really in charge. So some amazing spectacles of abundance still there. Of course, diminishing because everywhere biodiversity and bird diversity is declining, but there's still some amazing places there to appreciate and hopefully to save. Many spectacles that I could point to when traveling around South America, things that are familiar because of their ecotourism potential. Macaws, incredible, spectacular group of birds that are normally, very audibly present. You can hear them so well when you're in the forest, but to actually see them closely is not easy unless you go to some of these clay licks. Of course, here in Peru especially, they undertake geophagy. They eat the soil for its sodium content or other chemicals. So it gives an amazing opportunity for photographers or ecotourists to visit South America and see blue and yellow macaw and red and green macaw like this up close and eye level. So that's one. These are obviously brilliant birds, and to see them this well is definitely a high point for many people's visits to South America. This is more like, I think it's not a competition, as was said before, and certainly we can bow to the Asian region. Mike was showing pictures of Bird of Paradise earlier, and I don't think anything gets more flamboyant than that. But these are pretty beautiful and bizarre, ticking both boxes. The two cocks of the rock, the Guyanan that's less well known, and the Andean that people go in leks in the Andes. Very bizarre looking things. Frugivores, like the birds of paradise, and the males gather in these groups to attract females, and they make a bit of a fool of themselves in doing so. It's always good fun to watch. Go and see the cocks of the rock. That's one amazing spectacle. The marvelous spatule tail, tiny little range in Peru. The male is the only bird with 4 tail feathers, bit bizarre, and these incredible plumes on the end of the tail. And it just amazes me that things like that can be so spectacular, and yet have this tiny range. Something that really draws ecotourists and birders to the Andes. This being in Peru. So yeah, some of the butterfly. What am I talking about? I'm thinking pollinators. The hummingbird fauna is definitely some of the main attraction. There are hundreds of species of hummingbirds in South America, and this is one of the most famous ones. As an ecologist that works on bird traits, I often refer to this because plant people or people from who study other groups, they say, well, why are you interested in the bird's beak? Because presumably you just need body size, and it's correlated. You can ignore the beak and just use body size. So I enjoy referring to the sword-billed hummingbird, which weighs 20 grams and has a beak longer than the beak of the ostrich, not the whole ostrich. The ostrich's beak. So this is a 10-centimeter beak, and an ostrich's beak is a bit shorter than that. So yeah, there's an overall correlation between beaks and body size, but there's a lot of noise because you've got these crazy adaptations of birds like the sword-billed hummingbird. Phenomenal thing to see in the Andes, adapted to feed on these very long flowers like the datura tree. This is me getting very close views of the smallest bird in the world, the bee hummingbird, which is overall very much smaller than the ostrich's beak. A very tiny thing. That's an ostrich egg in relation to the elephant bird egg. You can see the full scale of bird egg sizes with the hummingbird smallest. Smallest bird in the world, restricted to Cuba, worth going and seeing at the Jardín de Sunsuncito, where you can see them coming in very close range, feeding on the bird feeders there. The Hoatzin, I don't know, I haven't been in the birds exhibition, but I'm assuming that Birds Brilliant and Bizarre, the bizarre bit will include the Hoatzin, which is nocturnal folivore with a foregut fermentation like a cow. Most people see them loafing around the lakes in Amazonia, but if you've camped out in Amazonian floodplain forests like I have, you get a different impression of them, because at night they go out in herds into the forest canopy, and you can hear them kind of low mooing noises and hissing sounds. You really get an impression then, these are the cattle of the rainforest going out and eating leaves, not stuck around the lakes like you see them in the daytime. They're obviously famous for the claw on the foot of the nestling, which really, they look a bit ancient Archaeopteryx-like anyhow, but the claw on the chick's wing is a real, amazing when you see it. It's a real link back to dinosaurian ancestors. To still have the hand on the wing before the feathers grow is an incredible thing to see. A bit like the Picathartes that we were talking about before. In Certiceidis, there's been lots of work trying to figure out who's the closest relatives of the Hoatzin. Nobody really knows. I was involved in a study that got published earlier this year using full genomes for all families of birds in the world. And one of the questions was, who's related? Who's the closest relative of the Hoatzin? And with all of that data thrown at it, we still couldn't work it out, leading to the main conclusion that Hoatzin is an asshole. This is my only data slide, so I'll spend a little moment to seem more sciencey. This is like the phylogenomic tree. And basically, it's not that the Hoatzin is older than the other bird species. It's 65 million years old or so. Arose at the time of the meteorite impact, where there was a huge, this is the timing, 65 million years ago from the present. You've got all the recent diversification of birds and some ancient things, and the Hoatzin is just tucked in there, where some Gondwanan species, or that after the meteorite impact got rid of the other dinosaurs, they diversified. So the Hoatzin is not particularly ancient. It's just happens in a polytomy. You can't separate it out from its other relatives. Bit of an asshole. Sunbitten is another wild thing, really. Biogeographically, closest relative is the kagu. Many of you will know these facts, but they're fun nonetheless. The kagu of New Caledonia in the South Pacific is the cousin, or the closest relative, the only other member of the Europygoformes order. So again, a clue into world history where Gondwanan bird species were very widespread, and these are the last relics that survive. And sunbitten doesn't look like it would get its name from that kind of view, peculiar though it looks. But when it opens its wings, you can see the reason for its name. And if you do look at kagu, images of kagu, it's amazing. You see a sort of ghost of the pattern or something similar going on the wing, I like to think. The weird kagu bird of the south, in the South Pacific. South America, it's often said, has got some of the horniest birds on the planet, and these are two of the horniest, horned guan and horned curassow. Just to go through them quite quickly, because I'm not sure how much time I'm going to have in the end. This lives on the Guatemalan volcanoes. I've never seen it, but I would love to go and travel and see the horned guan. And I've got this picture in here, even though it's quite dark and obscured, because it's not my picture, but it's basically what I saw of the horned curassow after a 3-day walk up into the foothills of the Andes in Bolivia. It's a Bolivian endemic, and not many people have seen it. And it was so exciting to glimpse this thing, very like this, like eye level, off a ridge trail. I was with Josep del Hoyo, who many of you will know from Handbook of Birds of the World fame, and many of you may know that he's obsessive with his videoing. This thing was on show for about 30 seconds, but we were both so excited. I fell over and broke my camera. It didn't work for the rest of the trip. And he wasn't able with fumbling in excitement. So we have no record. We borrow this other person's photo to remind ourselves of what an incredible moment it was, seeing the horned curassow. It's just an example of, incredible birds, rare, hunted, disappearing, but they're still out there in these kind of mythical creatures that take you up on these big treks, a bit like Mike was talking about in the Moluccas, to go to incredible landscapes to see these amazing things, and the excitement when you actually see them is unforgettable. A picture of me in younger days as a behavioral ecologist, as I started out on studying the trumpeters, one of my favorite birds, partly because of this experience where I became a trumpeter. I found my inner trumpeter and followed a group of tame trumpeters for 2 months in Cochacashu field station. So I've always been, had a very soft spot, as you would say, for the trumpeter, which is like a pygmy crane, a gruiform related to cranes that's become pygmy, gone into the forest and developed foresty ways. And yes, I've got to be careful here because I could easily give an hour-long digression on the trumpeters, but just to talk about their the bizarre attributes. Matriarchal groups with a dominant female who mates with her harem of males. They sing only at night, and they eat fruit. They gather fruit. And they follow monkey groups eating fruit under the on the forest floor, and occasional snakes that they supplement their diet with. And they're very personable. Like they started adopting me into their group, and to the extent that they could fly across little creeks, but it really felt like they would fly across a creek and they would just stand and wait there while I was like, useless biped trying to get across branches. And then when I arrived, they would all start ruffle their feathers and they'd follow on. They were so used. After 6 weeks or so, they just thought, this guy's one of us. One of us. So anyway, I could go on, but trumpeters are worth seeing. Oilbird. Many of you will know about the crazy characteristics of the oilbird. The only, it's not the only nocturnal specialist frugivore. It's related to nightjars, which are all insectivorous, of course, but this thing goes out and eats plucks fruit from the tops of the trees. It's got barely any legs, so it doesn't land to eat its fruit in the trees, plucks them off. And it uses echolocation. Of course, some swifts do the same, but a very strange thing, a nightjar that echolocates in these dark caves, called the oilbird because the high fat content of its chicks meant that locals used to boil them down for their oil. So actually cook with the fat of baby oilbirds. Not done that. Many of you have seen oilbirds, I know, I'm sure, because you're a well-traveled bunch, and some of you have been to Trinidad, or some of you have been to Colombia and Ecuador. But I bet not many of you have caught an oilbird with your bare hands wearing nothing but a pair of underpants. I have. That was my first. That was my first experience of an oilbird. It's a shame Rob Williams couldn't make it because he could verify this story. It sounds a bit unfeasible. Like camping back then in my 20s without a tent for 2 months in the cloud forest, as you would do, under a tarpaulin with a candle and reading a book. I saw this thing in a bush and it was oilbird. And I said to Rob, there's a bird in there. It turned out to be an oilbird. Went round, I was just wearing my underpants, climbed out of my sleeping bag. And of course, I still have no idea why it had come in. It was like a moth to the candle. It arrived in a bush next to a tent, and then it just sat there while I went and picked it up. And I said, hey, I've never seen one of these before. So I got to sniff an oilbird. Wouldn't suggest that to anybody, but it was a bit of an experience. Bizarre bird. Cinereus mourner. Doesn't look very bizarre. Very grey. Bit unusual in terms of its systematics. But this is one of the most bizarre adaptations I've ever read about, ever come across. I've not actually seen it myself. The bizarre thing about it is the chick. Some of you will know about this. Only relatively recently described. The baby Cinereus mourner is bright orange with these very elongate plumes, black spots on it, and it has this weird behavior where if you go up to the nest, it wriggles around. And the reason is, seems very likely that it's a Batesian mimic. Again, Batesian mimicry. Henry Bates discovered those kind of mimicry rings in Amazonia, so it seems kind of suited that similar kind of thing. The only kind of Batesian mimicry example, I think, in birds comes from the chick of the Cinereus mourner trying to make out like it's an urticating poisonous caterpillar. So it's not always in the adult bird that you might see in the fields, but some amazing adaptations. Now, I was working in bird life during this period where I got into South American birds, and then it just seemed like there was discovery after discovery coming out. The Hokotoko antpitter, Araripa manakin, scarlet-banded barpit, through these years, late 90s and early 2000s. These were so distinctive, like completely new discoveries of things that just blew people's minds. So there was a real excitement around the neotropics there. I went out trying to find new birds. It turns out to be harder than you think. But of course, I found an even nicer looking one, the Puno antpitter, which rather different from them, doesn't really get the headlines, brown looking thing. And it came out eventually published in a big split of the Rufous antpitter into about 10 different species. So not very high profile, but wow, was it exciting hearing that song on a remote ridge and thinking, oh, totally different song to the forms to the north and south. So that was my moment. That's the best I could ever get. I didn't ever reach the kind of scarlet-banded barbet kind of level, but at least I found one little thing after long periods of searching. It's, the diversity and the discoveries is one amazing and exciting part about South America, but at the same time, we're losing a lot of those species as well. So things like kinglet calyptera, weirdly rare, one sighting seemingly in relatively recent years, but seems to have gone despite lots in museum specimens. Purple wing ground dove hasn't been seen, I don't think, since before 2000. So I'm not going to get too much into the doom and gloom part. I'm going to leave that to my colleague Nigel Collar, who will take up the real doom in the next talk. But this is just to say, NBC is very aware of some of these the huge declines, of course, of many species in South America, and the club is trying to do its small part in terms of conservation awards and the like. We have already lost species, like the Alagoas foliage green, I think described in the 80s, seen up until 2012 or 2011 photographs, now gone. The cherry-throated tanager, look at this beautiful thing. I mean, we're down to double figures, probably less than 100 birds, probably. And the blue-eyed ground dove was disappeared. Nobody could find it for quite some time. Has recently been refound. But we're talking about things, as an ecologist, I consider them all extinct, functionally extinct, really. They're down to their last tiny populations. As a conservationist, clearly we still want to save them. Their time has passed in terms of their role, really, as whatever, frugivores or granivores or whatever. They're not really imparting that role across the landscapes that they used to. But do we want to live in a world where these things have gone? Clearly we don't. So we have to, we might want to save the system as a whole, but clearly species conservation of some of these last remnant populations is critical. We don't know whether they're going to survive. Their populations are so small. In general, it's because of habitat destruction, habitat loss at a massive scale. There are still pockets of habitat left, and we need to focus on those. NBC, through its award system, well, I co-founded the original Neotropical Bird Club in '94, during the time when I was heading out and falling in love with tropical birds. We set up the NBC, and it's evolved, graduated to something a little different, neotropical birding and conservation, to try and get across its role, really. And I think it's a role that the other bird clubs want to really push towards. Membership of these clubs can support some of the activities and conservation projects that are ongoing. Small scale, but still, everything makes a difference. So these are some pictures that Rob gave me of the white-winged guan project in Peru, North Peru, where there's captive breeding, education, release into the wild of white-winged guans that are now increasing again in at least pockets of habitat that remain. And there's a bunch of other species that have received funding. So again, it's normally alongside things like Critical Ecosystem Partnership Fund or BirdLife International, the bird clubs themselves. We can't do that much, but still with these small awards, you can catalyze or provide seed funding, promote some of the local people working on some of these conservation programs. So I plea then, get involved with your bird clubs. If you want things like the hooded grebe, again, recently described, 1974, a spectacular bird like that to be found in Patagonia and then found to be declining rapidly and so rare. NBC and many other groups have tried to focus funding and attention on publicizing, promoting locally, removing hunting and disturbance on the lakes to try and save some of these very rare birds. So you can join NBC. We don't have a stall here today, but can be joined online or supported along the way. So that's just a little bit of a taster about the conservation side. As I say, I haven't gone into that too deeply because Nigel will explore some of that after me. So thanks very much.
We've got time for a couple of quick questions if you have any for Joe. Yes.
Woo. All clear. Class dismissed.
I've got a question. I noticed you didn't mention the Spix's macaw, which I saw just before it went extinct 30 years ago. And we now have a project in Bahia to release captive bred Spix's macaws back into the wild. And they've just produced the first set of chicks.
I saw the picture. Oh yeah, it was quite a tearjerker of a picture because I nearly was tempted to go and see the last Spix's macaw, and then decades have gone past, and now to see them, young fledged in the wild, does fill you with some hope that some of these very rare things can, at the last ditch effort, be saved. So that's a good story.
Thank you for sharing that. Any other quick questions before we move on? Oh yes, Ray. Ray again. They're never quick, though, Ray, are they?
They are very quick. Is it true that there are good captive populations of virtually all the Guams and the Curaçaos, particularly the rare ones? What do you know about that?
As far as I know, there are even ones that are even ones that are extinct in the wild or formed subspecies or species, depending on how you treat them. They're extinct in the wild, but they survive in captive populations, which gives some hope for returning them. I can't think of any that have completely gone from captivity. So at least there is that kind of stock where we could. The problem is getting the context in the landscape to bring them back in, which I think is the problem with the one near Recife, the Amazonian one in coastal Brazil. It's difficult to get the habitat and the people who won't hunt them. So there's a lot to be done before it's nice to have them in captivity, but to bring them out into the wild is the next big step.
I think
I've got about 4 things that I should say first. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to come and talk. Second, I do work for BirdLife, but I'm not giving a talk on behalf of BirdLife. This is me talking. Third, a little advertisement. This gin that we're talking about here, if you really like gin and you actually also like conservation, there is now a great bustard gin that if you just go online and look for Great Bustard, and I promise you it's true, it's won about 3 gold awards since it was launched at the beginning of this year. And I have to say, I think it tastes very nice indeed. So try it. And about something in the region of 25% of the cost goes towards the reintroduction of the Great Bustard in this country. So fourth, I want to apologize for ending today, which has been great fun and very interesting and exciting, with something rather somber. And I'm sorry to do this to you, but I have worked in conservation for 43 years. I don't think we've done at all well in that time, but looking to the future, of which I don't have a great deal of, I can't see it getting anything but far worse. And I want to talk to you a little bit about this and where I think it leaves us, which is in a serious corner. So Bird's brilliant, bizarre, and I wanted to have another B. I thought it wasn't printable, but you can guess the word I wanted in here, rather than belittled and betrayed. So some figures to justify my title. Nearly 3 billion birds lost from North America since 1970, 600 million birds lost from the European Union since 1980, 1,400 species at risk of extinction, 231 of them critically endangered, on the brink of extinction. 1 in 5 of conservation concern. That's a huge number. 187 species extinct since 1500, 436 species at higher risk since 1988. In other words, we haven't done our job. Up to 36 million birds killed illegally in the Mediterranean each year. Up to 84 million birds kept in cages on Java, Indonesia each year. And apparently 97% of US bird species face climate threats by 2100. Well, I think they face climate threats right now. And if you can just try this graph, if you like, instead. This is from BirdLife's State of the World's Birds. And you can see with these specialist birds, they're all going downhill, really quite significantly downhill in a relatively short space of time. Joe was talking about habitat, forest loss in particular. Look at forest specialists doing especially badly. And we also had a question about the state of the white-necked Picathartes in Ivory Coast. Well, maybe this is part of the answer. Look at the difference between these two maps, 1990 and 2015, the forest cover. It's quite astonishing. And what that means is that thousands upon thousands of birds, individual birds, have disappeared from that much more complex habitat. And many, many, many species will have done so as well. And if this is replicated across the planet, it's unbelievably bad news. Even if forest is only partially cut over, like this forest, it's still not good news at all. Here's some work which Joe did, showing that intensification of human land use substantially reduces functional diversity in birds. And that means that it has implications for the structure and resilience of human-modified forests, because these birds are not there to help with the recovery. So basically, the modified forests block the birds out, and the birds cannot do their job in reviving quality of forest. So it's a very slow process of recovery. Well, that's habitat destruction. Here is the horror in one photograph of bird trade. It speaks for itself. And this is the horror of hunting. It speaks for itself. And this is what's now happening. We heard about the mice on Gough Island, but now mice are apparently capable of killing adult albatrosses as well. So this covers the issue that birds face of invasions by aliens in different habitats, and particularly on islands. And then there's the problem of pollution, which is universal. And this particular study, Plastics in Birds' Stomachs Release Toxic Chemicals, was actually produced by a member of staff here in the museum, and it was announced at the launch of this very exhibition. So we all live in a bubble. we have to. We can't not live in bubbles, because bubbles are if we didn't, we'd probably go insane. So we have these kinds of things which fill our life, our weekly life, our yearly life. And they're all important. But one thing can really burst that, and it's the environment. The environment is changing, and it's outside our bubble, and it's coming in. A couple of days ago, finished a conference in Oxford called Conservation Optimism. And I wish it well. I hope they had a good time. And I would love to be able to share their values. But for me, conservation optimism is something that is not enough. We all need hope just to be able to function in life. But hope alone is for the powerless and for people in bubbles. What we need is conservation realism, which could be looked at as responsible pessimism, for we need clarity and conviction when we are facing grim reality. And we need courage and resolve born of precautionary projections. And here's a little digression about the precautionary principle. This is words written by Rosie Cooney when she was at Cambridge 20 years ago. If you'll forgive me for reading this out, the precautionary principle supports action to anticipate and avert environmental harm in advance of or without a clear demonstration that such action is necessary. Precaution shifts the balance in decision-making toward prudent foresight in favor of monitoring, preventing, or mitigating uncertain potential threats. Well, we have a lot of uncertain potential threats, and really our human society should be thinking very much about behaving in a precautionary way when we are not sure how serious those threats are. I just want to have a little diversion about the Philippine eagle, since we're talking about bizarre and whatever the other word is, birds. Brilliant. The Philippine eagle is a stunning animal. It's a huge, huge raptor, one of the third biggest raptor in the world. And it has this tiny range in the Philippines, in Luzon, and two small islands, and then Mindanao, the two biggest islands, Luzon and Mindanao, in the Philippines. So recent studies published in Animal Conservation and IBIS say that the area of suitable habitat for this bird is about 26,500 square kilometers. And the home range of 6 tagged birds on Mindanao showed them to have use about 73 square kilometers of forest. If both birds of a pair use the same 73 square kilometers, you can divide that into the area of suitable habitat, and you get the number of pairs, which is published as such, 392. Then a reanalysis of the densities suggested that, in fact, there'd be one pair every 68 square kilometers. And when you put that into the same area of habitat, you get 421 pairs, or even possibly as rising towards 500. Well, that's quite good, isn't it? That's not so bad. We thought this was a critically endangered bird, but it's got that number of birds. Conservation optimism? Well, in reality, this study has missed a few things. The real AOH is only 22,000 square kilometers after we subtract areas too small, too high, and with no records ever of the birds being in a particular area of forest. And then the eagle is massively, massively persecuted. Dozens of reported deaths suggest there's a major impact on eagle density. This has been going on forever and ever, especially as forest gets opened up a little bit by logging. So settlers go in there, they take in their livestock and their domestic animals, and they shoot the eagles for the fear of the threat that the eagles present to those animals. And they just kill them all the time, and they don't know that these birds are particularly rare or endangered. On top of which, eagle density on Luzon is naturally far lower than on Mindanao, and by one metric, it's 25 times less common. So if you then put that into a matrix, across the top here, the amount of habitat occupancy going down from 100% down to maybe only 25%, which is actually perfectly plausible given the amount of persecution these birds get. And then you look at the density, again, 100 down to 25 of Luzon versus Mindanao. And that is also highly plausible. They've only ever found 3 nests on Luzon in all this time. So you then get no way you can consider 100% occupancy in either direction. So you're left with these this matrix of 9 figures, of which 138 sitting in the middle. This doesn't seem too bad, but that's only already 2/3 less than was hypothesized in the earlier published papers. And I personally prefer to be very cautious and think that maybe there's only 64 pairs of this bird left. And I think we should behave as if that was true. It's exceedingly difficult for anyone to tell me it's not. So is it irresponsibly pessimistic or responsibly pessimistic to use 64 rather than 421? 421 is frankly implausible and too unrealistic to trust and could easily result in the extinction of the eagle. Why? Because people will just take it too easy. They'll just sit back and say, okay, that's all right, then we don't have to do too much about these forests. 64 is plausible and far too alarming to ignore. So it does no harm if it triggers urgent interventions and could only increase the eagle's chances of survival. That's what I call conservation realism. But we need an awful lot of conservation realism, and we have to face some terrible facts about what's happening to the planet now. Listen to these projections. Humans to push further into wildlife habitats, more than 50% of land is going to be taken over by humans by 2070, according to one study. Bird species tolerance of human pressures. Look at this, results. We found that 22% of bird species tolerated the most modified human-dominated environments, meaning basically, according to Forbes magazine, 4 in 5 bird species cannot tolerate intense human pressures. Remember that, because look at the human pressures that are on protected land. It's very serious, and maybe as many as 6 million square kilometers of protected area in the planet is under intense human pressure. We think of protected areas as being things we can sacrosanct and are going to be fine, but they're not. 4 in 5 bird species cannot tolerate human pressures. And here's a story that really I find quite terrifying. It's published in Nature. So Nature is supposedly the greatest scientific journal in the world, so who am I to call it into question? But it's about the Sahel, the region along the southern side of the Sahara, where vegetation starts to grow back again and goes from semi-desert through to savanna. This is called, in this paper, this vulnerable region, which is one of the biggest understatements I've ever seen in a scientific paper. There it is in the red, outlined in red, and you can see it's a very, very large area indeed. And look at the number of people that this paper says live in it, 200 million. Look at the number of people it says it's going to be living in it by the end of this century. 1 billion. 1 billion people living in a dry land like this. Quite extraordinary. So that means that my beloved Nubian bustard, which as you can see if you just flick back and forth here, lives on the upper northern fringes of the Sahel, those marks showing its distribution, that's going to die out. It's going to be killed off in the lifetimes of young people today. I can't see how it can possibly survive. So goodbye to this lovely forked-tailed bustard species. But then look at this. This is also in the same Nature paper. It's looking at the projection of temperature rise, and particularly in deserts, the temperature rises much faster than it does in the rest of the planet. And here is the prediction for 25 years' time. It's going to be 3 degrees warmer than it was in 1950. That's an extremely high change. And look at what's going to happen at the end of the century. It's going to be 6 degrees warmer. 6 degrees warmer with 1 billion people living in it. So you can say goodbye to the Arabian bustard, which lives in the same place as well. And goodness knows how many other things, like, for example, African savanna raptors, which, if you look here at the square that I've demarcated, it says above this, the problems are above the red line at the top, prey-based depletion and persecution driven principally by human population expansion.
What they say is that they've looked at 42 African raptor species, let's call it 90% of which have declined in the last 30, 20, 40 years, with, let's call it 70% exceeding the IUCN criteria for being at risk. And what they also say is that there's a high dependence of the most threatened species on protected areas. Well, you've just been hearing about what's happening with protected areas anyway. And look at this extraordinary set of connections. Well, we know that about such things, but this is remarkable. So this is about the rapid ice sheet melting in Greenland. And what we find is that the melt in Greenland is associated with changes in the monsoon rates in the Sahel. And this has implications for farming ability. And it says here, well, I'm going to have to read it here. Tens to hundreds of millions of people could be forced to leave the Sahel by the end of this century. Well, by the end of this century, if they're still alive, there'll be 1 billion of them, and they're going to leave the Sahel. You figure that out for yourselves. Just another absolutely extraordinary little connection between the Sahel and this time the Amazon. I don't know whether you knew this, but I certainly didn't until I started reading stuff about the Sahel. The Bedeli Depression in Chad lies between the Tibesti and Ennedi Massifs. It's there in the top of the picture. And it's made up of a lake bed of diatoms. And all this diatomic dust gets blown across by the trade winds to South America, where it fertilizes the Amazon. The Amazon doesn't have a rich source of phosphorus. So it's actually a dead seabed in the middle of the Sahara, or to the south of the Sahara, that actually will fertilize and continue to fertilize the Amazon forest. So what happens to the Amazon when global warming changes the direction of the trade winds? Amazon. Look at these headlines. Nobody saw anything like this. How methane emissions are pushing the Amazon towards environmental catastrophe. It's thawing permafrost as well as warming tropical wetlands. Amazon drought. We've never seen anything like this. And in this case, the problem is that what they're looking at are dolphins that have died in water that was reaching 41 degrees centigrade. More than a third of the Amazon rainforest struggling to recover from drought. This is May this year, facing ecosystem collapse. And here's a fire in a wetland that we were talking about before, devastation as the Pantanal burns. Here we have 750,000 hectares of forest being burnt this year. That's 7,500 square kilometers, which sounds like an awful lot until you read about the fires in Canada last year, where the area was so big that it comes out at 180,000 square kilometers of boreal forest burnt in Canada. And that was the magnitude of emissions as great as a highly developed large nation in 1 year. So the state of wildfires makes this comment: by the end of the century, events similar in magnitude to the 2023 Canada fire are projected to occur 6 to 11 times more frequently by the end of this century. That's an awful lot of carbon that we are not protecting. And the carbon is what makes the world a warmer place. Look at this little graph of the Madagascan heat wave that happened very recently. Before global warming, it would not have been possible to happen. With 1.2 degrees centigrade warming, 1 in 100 years. But the frequency increases massively when it goes up to 2 degrees centigrade. So it's 1 in every 5 years. And if it's 1 in every 5 years, then the plants and animals won't be able to recover, and they will eventually go extinct.
or not just eventually, but very rapidly go extinct. And this is what we're facing now. The Arctic has warmed nearly 4 times faster than the planet since in the last 50 years. Antarctic temperatures rising 10 degrees above average in near-record heat wave, and just even at one point 28 degrees above expectations. There's the sea ice in blue for 2020, in pale brown for 2022, and in 2023, dark brown. So it's melting very fast. Economic damage from climate change is 6 times worse than thought. The crisis is costing, apparently, $16 million an hour and has cost the planet so far $2.8 trillion this century. And this is just what it'll do to some of the birds. This is a study of little bustards, which had accelerometers fitted to them, and which tracks their movements on a sort of moment-by-moment basis. What they found was that above 25 degrees centigrade, the activity patterns of birds changed and dropped very significantly. And the authors predict, and this was actually 8 years ago, with inactivity levels during breeding and post-breeding are expected to drop to rise 37% and 59% respectively, which has serious constraints, and particularly for breeding and foraging, which means the birds are not going to be able to perform adequately, and they will fail to reproduce themselves. Here's another statement to the same effect. This is looking at southern pied babblers, and this is just from the abstract of this paper on high temperatures on fledging. High temperatures constrain nestling growth, result in smaller nestlings overall, alter corticosterone levels, limit cognitive performance, and reduce survival probabilities. In other words, southern pied babblers are going to die out. So is this beautiful bird, which looks really very, very much like a southern pied babbler. This is the Ethiopian bush crow. And this has been studied by Paul Donald at the RSPB along with me. And this bird too, the white-tailed swallow, discovered by my hero Conson, who died 42 years today. And studies of these birds, well, particularly of the bush crow, say that basically it's in this small range that it has because it's a slightly cooler habitat. And that habitat is warming up, so it has no ability to be able to cope with the temperatures which will move into that habitat. So it's going to die out. And this is the proof. Another article which also looked at the habitat suitability of the swallow. Up to 84% of the swallow's habitat will be, 84% will be unavailable to it, and up to 100% for the bush crow. So this is the kind of scenario that will play out with thousands of species. The State of the Climate report from 2023 was interesting. It has this comment about, in early July 2023, we witnessed Earth's highest global daily average surface temperature ever measured, possibly the warmest temperature on Earth over the past 100,000 years. That was in July of 2023, and this paper came out in October. But before it could come out, we had this headline. This is also in October, but this is a comment by a scientist saying for September of that last year, saying the temperature at heat wave was gobsmackingly bananas. So future temperature extremes threaten land vertebrates quite seriously. We have this statement here. Overall, future extreme thermal events will force many species and assemblages into constant severe thermal stress. And the more that these are repeated, because they're going to get more and more of them, the more thermally stressed animals are going to be, and they will not breed. How many species will Earth lose to climate change? This was published this year. And the answer is 3 to 6 million in the next 50 years. Birds, beautiful, bizarre, and gone. And the political response to the situation, we have failures of cops, we have no Tory MP ever paying any attention to climate. And then you have America. Trump vows to drill, baby, drill, despite rally attendees wilting in extreme heat. Supporters even hospitalized. There they are, turkeys. And there's Christmas up there in the sky. And what did this man say? What has he said in the last 2 weeks? I'll read this out, it's fun. In the 1920s, they thought the planet was, no, I can't do an American accent. They thought the planet was going to freeze. Now they think the planet's going to burn up. And we're still waiting for the 12 years. You know, we're down to almost the end of that 12-year period. You understand that? Where these lunatics that know nothing, they weren't even good students at school. They didn't even study it. They said, we have 12 years to live. And this is the man who, in a couple of months' time, is quite likely to be in charge of the entire future of the planet. We have a problem too, which is, this is a paper I think came out this year, just looking at the problem of the way that as we aim to improve, as to look after ourselves and our own welfare, we have the problem that we do create a bigger footprint. There's this rather wonderful statement here. This is environmental impact increases with proxy measures of group fitness. Well, this is the group, this is us. This is as we get richer, so our footprint gets bigger, and as corporations get bigger, richer, their footprint increases as well. And this is a model we have to reverse. With the moment we're heading straight in the wrong direction. So, birds, brilliant and bizarre. One final quote, or almost final quote. This is made up the Sahel, and I'd love you to just read this. Huge, slowly moving disasters can be among the most difficult to bring to public attention, even though such mega catastrophes taking decades to fully build have the greatest potential for creating human misery on an almost unimaginable scale. Remember those words, please. Human misery on an almost unimaginable scale. The only solution for humankind and the birds is to decarbonize the global economy really now, to preserve all intact rainforest, particularly tropical forest now. They've got the biggest potential store of carbon anywhere, and to restore all degraded tropical forests, even though it might be difficult because the birds aren't all there. Now, because it's not just a question of not emitting so many emissions, it's actually getting carbon out of the atmosphere. We have to reverse it. And if we don't reverse it, we are cooked. Last quote. This is a call for revolution. The earth is under threat. Revolution is a strong word, and I use it deliberately. So, here's your challenge. Will you come out and join the king on the barricades, or are you going to go back to your bubbles?
Thanks, Nigel. You highlighted the Sahel.
Yep.
What do you think of the Great Green Wall initiative?
Well, I haven't actually read a great deal about it. And I actually raised this as an issue in our science team this week, saying I would like to know more about the Great Green Wall. It's still at a very early stage, and I don't know how it's going to cope with some of the pressures that are already on certain areas of the Sahel, particularly as a consequence of conflict. But please tell us what you know. The Great Green Wall, if you don't know, is a major initiative to replant parts of the Sahel with a large number of trees. But
Right. Without going into any detail, it's a great idea. It starts to speak to this idea of restoring habitats, etc. The key issue is that it may be going too slowly to make a difference in the revolution. So maybe this is something we need to think about.
thank you.
So great talk, Nigel. Nigel, thank you so much. I would suggest that probably everyone in this room would be on the barricades, but the problem isn't, well, the problem is us. The problem is the people that aren't in this room. So getting this, nature is nice to have, the nature is, we need to have it, to business, to the rest of the sectors. That's the challenge. And I don't know if you've got any thoughts around how we change that, because we just talk to ourselves often. It feels
I know,
like that.
I know. Wasn't there a gentleman who set himself on fire outside the White House and unfortunately died? But I think he was complaining. It was at the time of the COP, I think, and what he was arguing for was, someone to pay attention, and he made the ultimate sacrifice to do that. That kind of gesture, I mean, would have had greater attraction. People would have said, my God, someone's actually prepared to do that, to demonstrate to the world how serious he or someone feels about it. I don't wish there to be anyone else who would do that, but you're right, it is a major issue, is how we translate this. And I think, quite frankly, it's only going to happen when we have a catastrophe that gets right, it really hits us. I don't want that to happen either, but perhaps it will actually is the only way. Thank you.
Yeah, so obviously, as one of the young people here, I've never really had the opportunity to go abroad very much at all. And I think after everything you've said, I reflect and I find it really striking at places like Global Bird Fair. And tonight there's so much talk about all this tourism, birding tourism, where, the very well-off get to go on all these holidays and these trips and things like that. But that's obviously counterintuitive to what you're saying. So what are your thoughts on all these birding expeditions?
Oh, well, thank you. It's
a tough one.
We've had the question before in a slightly different format, but yes, no. I think I have to say personally, I feel so bleak that I hardly want to get on a plane again. But being a little bit more rational about it, I mean, planes contribute, but they're not the worst contributors by any means. There are other things which we have to think about and really fix. And planes, trade and tourism is relatively important. It's important to many, many economies. How you square that, I don't have the answer. I was just having a bit of a rant just now. I wasn't thinking about the kind of questions I was going to get asked afterwards. So thank you for asking it. But I think it's something that we can all go away and ask ourselves. To what extent do you limit your own activities? Do you not contribute to things? If we all recycle plastic religiously and scrub things and put things in the right place, taking a plane somewhere when you could take a train, it seems to be a bit extravagant, one that you could do without, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's a big conversation to be had into the future, but thank you for asking the question.
I think we have one question there, and then I'll come back this side of the room, because I know there's a couple here.
Nigel, thank you for a fairly doomsday kind of forecast. I'm the chairman of the African Bird Club, and I think today's been brilliant. And I think it'd be good just for everyone to leave here on a slightly more upbeat note. So one of the other things I do in life is I'm building energy transition projects using renewable energy. And we're building green hydrogen projects that will allow us to decarbonize industries. And we're doing it at a scale in Brazil that will actually make a fairly big impact. We're talking 10 gigawatt kind of projects. And I'm working with President Lula and his teams. And one of the things we're doing, we're going to allocate some of our profits directly to conservation. So there are groups out there that are trying to save the world. Everything you said, I've used actually most of your charts to persuade investors to get behind what we're doing. And I would say to you and encourage everyone in this room that there is hope. Corporations are voluntarily, and I'm happy to help anyone in this room, in academia or yourselves, to share what we're doing. And as I said, we're building a conservation fund. It's going to be a 9-figure number. And we want to distribute that to a number of organizations globally. So this starts probably during the course of next year. The project is being agreed. We're even doing things like a north-south railway system in Brazil that will remove 1.5 billion liters of diesel that's being used today to transport minerals and soybeans and things.
Yeah, that is the global conservation sector working. It's been around particularly since the early 70s, and the situation's only gotten worse in that time. I don't think it is working. Clearly, nothing like enough, because the conservation basically depends on funding from profits made by people who make money out of, I don't mean to say destroying things, but rerouting natural resources in a beneficial way to society. And the consequence is that we're never keeping up. We've never really kept up with the situation. So the answer is no. We need a massive change in a whole way we think about how to steward the planet. It really does mean we have to spend so much money differently, and we have to train ourselves to behave differently. Thank you. That's Andy Richford, my old chum, saying the thing to do is to push the economic aspect of it, because people respond much more if they're told that they're having to pay a lot of money for not doing anything than actually paying for something which will actually make a difference. I think that's true. Convincing them, because there'll always be people who will blog on the other side and say, this is a total waste of money. You can tell, you know who some of them are going to be. But anyway, thank you, Andy. Yes, of course, pushing the economic argument is really important. It sometimes cuts against the argument which is about love of nature, because if you've got something which you love but which doesn't have an economic value, economic arguments are not available to help save it. So you're left with love, and some people just laugh at that. But anyway, Andy, you're quite right. Obviously, the more we push that, the better. Thank you.
I grew up in Sri Lanka, a tropical country with tropical forests. It's very heartening to hear that you all want people like us to hold on to our tropical rainforests. So I totally understand the need for carbon mitigation and everybody doing their thing to mitigate their impact. 2 or 3 times today, the question has come up, should birders and photographers and wildlife tourists go to those countries or not? So the situation is very complex. If you don't go out there to bird watch and photograph and engage in wildlife tourism, what we will do is we will cut our forests down and send you tea, coffee, and palm oil instead.
I don't think that needs a comment from me, but thank you very much, Gehan. Nice to see you.
And thank you very much indeed for your talk.